Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Midnight at the Dying Gas Station, Haunting Decay and Despair. The fluorescent bulb above the counter buzzed low, its light flickering in uneven pulses that made the whole store feel like it was holding its breath. I wiped down the chipped laminate with the rag from my apron pocket, the damp cloth leaving faint streaks that caught the sagging light. It was just past midnight, and outside the windows, the highway lay empty except for the occasional gleam of a passing car's headlights, slicing through the dark like blades. The air smelled stale, like burnt coffee and something faintly sour, maybe the forgotten sandwiches in the cooler that had lost their fight with time weeks ago. I'd been working the overnight shift at this gas station for 3 months now. Not by choice, really. It was the only job I could get after moving here, this tiny, forgotten dot on the map where the town's only claim to fame was a highway detour and a handful of dusty motels. I told myself it was temporary. Just enough to save up, then get out. But nights like this, when the wind pressed cold against the cracked windows and the fluorescent light hummed like an old tune, I wondered if I'd ever leave at all. There was a rhythm to the place, one that I'd settled into without even noticing. The ding of the bell when a customer pushed through the door, the rustle of plastic bags, the soft thud of footsteps on the cracked linoleum. Mostly, it was quiet. Too quiet sometimes. I liked the silence, but it had a way of curling around your thoughts like smoke, slowly, almost unnoticed, until you couldn't tell what was real and what was just the dark playing tricks. Around 12:30, the first customer arrived. A man, maybe in his 50s, wearing a worn baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He shuffled to the aisles, pausing now and then in front of the shelf stocked with canned goods and snacks. I kept an eye on him, mostly because it felt wrong how he moved, jerky, twitchy, like he was trying to remember something or stave off a panic. He picked up a box of crackers, turned it over, then set it back down with a little too much force. I caught a whiff of stale cigarette smoke and something else, something metallic, like the faint scent of rusted iron. "Long night," I said, trying to sound casual. He glanced up, eyes flickering like a candle struggling against a draft. "Yeah," he muttered. Then he was silent, just staring at the floor. I watched him leave, the bell chiming softly behind him. My mind raced with possibilities. The door swung closed with a creak that seemed louder than it ought to have been. My fingers tingled, cold against the plastic counter. The rest of the night wandered by in a blur of small, odd incidents. A woman who came in just to buy a carton of expired milk. She wrinkled her nose at the label but shrugged it off like it didn't matter. Another guy, younger, who paced the aisles like he was looking for someone or something but never spoke, only muttered under his breath. I caught snippets of his words, but they made no sense. Not yet. Not now. Stay quiet. I thought maybe I was just tired. I'd been working those midnight shifts back to back, and the fatigue was gnawing at my edges. Still, the unease settled in my chest like a stone. At one point, I decided to check the cooler. I pulled open the glass door and the cold hit me like a slap. The light inside buzzed weakly, revealing rows of sandwiches and salads with dates long past. I traced my finger over a label that read "Best before March 12th, and it was now April 9th. The smell was faint but unmistakable, sour, almost rancid, and a little like the inside of an old locker. I turned away quickly, swallowing hard. I knew how that sounds, working overnight, tired, seeing things, but something about those shelves felt off. Like the food wasn't just old, it was deliberately left to rot. Later, when another customer came in, this time a teenager with wide, unfocused eyes, I noticed something else. His hands trembled as he reached for a candy bar, but his eyes darted constantly toward the back storage room, as if expecting someone to step out. There was a tension in his posture, like he was holding himself together by sheer force. "Hey," I said, trying to break the silence that had fallen between us. "You look like you could use a soda." He didn't answer, just nodded, then grabbed a bottle and paid without a word. The bell rang again, and he disappeared into the night. I locked the door behind him, the sound echoing oddly in the empty space. That's when I noticed the old ledger sitting on the counter near the register. I hadn't seen it before. Thick, leather-bound, dusty. I flipped it open on a whim, the pages yellowed and brittle under my fingers. Names. Dates. Small notes in faded ink. Then I found a page that made the hairs on my neck stand up. It listed incidents, accidents, arguments, disappearances, all tied to this gas station over the past decade. Some entries were crossed out, others hastily scribbled. One note caught my eye: customer altered behavior after buying expired goods. Returned hours later, incoherent. I blinked. There had to be a mistake. I closed the ledger and looked around the store. The flickering light. The stale smell. The jittery customers. Was it really just the food? Or something else? I sat down behind the counter, the ledger heavy in my hands. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows like a warning. The highway was still empty. Too empty. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck and realized I wasn't sure if I was alone anymore. The ledger rested on the counter, its weight heavier than before. I wasn't alone. The thoughts circled in my mind, stubborn and unwelcome. But there was no one visible. No footsteps in the gravel outside, no shadows slipping past the grimy windows. Just the faint buzzing of the flickering light and the occasional creak of the old building settling. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I opened the ledger again, eyes scanning the cramped handwriting. The entries weren't random, they formed a pattern. Not just accidents or disappearances, but a timeline of something escalating. Names I didn't recognize, dates that coincided with strange reports I'd overheard during my shifts. The store's history was darker than I'd imagined. One name repeated, a man listed several times with increasing urgency beside his entries. The notes next to him were cryptic but chilling, returned incoherent. Claimed voices behind the shelves. Argued with staff, eyes wild. Vanished after midnight. The last entry was smeared, as if someone had tried to erase it. I slammed the ledger shut, heart quickening. I had to know more. The old store manager, Mr. Harlow, was supposed to swing by tomorrow morning to check the inventory. Maybe he knew something about the ledger. But I didn't want to wait. Instead, I decided to start with the shelves themselves. If those expired goods were the root of all this, maybe I could find something in the stockroom. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the back, the beam cutting through the dimness like an item. The air was cooler back there, stale with the scent of rotting food and damp cardboard. I ran my fingers over the crates, the rough wood splintering under my touch. Most of the products were canned or jarred, their labels faded and peeling. I pulled a few items at random, dates stamped long past, moldy bread, a jar of pickles leaking greenish liquid. The smell made me wince. But none of it explained the people. I paused near a narrow corridor leading to a door marked "Employees Only." It was cracked open just enough to let a sliver of darkness escape. I could hear faint noises, a low murmur, like whispered arguments or voices raised in frustration. My pulse quickened. I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out what was behind that door. I pressed my ear to the wall, trying to catch words. Nothing clear, but a tension in the air that felt almost electric. I backed away, my skin prickling. On a whim, I took a step through the door, the hinges creaking softly as I pushed it wider. The room beyond was small, cluttered with old boxes and a rusted filing cabinet. Papers were strewn across the floor, yellowed and brittle like the ledger. I squatted to pick one up, a typed memo dated 5 years ago. The heading read, Employee Conduct and Customer Interaction. The memo warned staff about unusual behaviors observed among patrons after purchasing certain items and emphasized discretion. No details, just vague references to altered mental states and erratic movements. I shivered and dropped the paper. That was no accident. Someone here had tried to cover it up. A sudden noise made me whirl around, a metallic clatter from the far corner. My flashlight beam landed on a figure crouched behind the filing cabinet. A woman. Her eyes were wide, too wide, reflecting the light like a startled animal. She held a trembling hand to her mouth, and when she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard, hands clammy. I'm just trying to understand. The ledger, the notes. She shook her head, stepping out slowly. They don't want you poking around. It's not just expired food making people act strange. It's something else. Something tied to this place. Her words sent a chill down my spine. "Who are you?" "Name's Claire," she said. "Worked here a few years back. Left when things got worse." I wanted to ask more, but the sound of tires crunching on gravel outside made both of us freeze. The night was supposed to be quiet. Too quiet. Claire glanced toward the window. "They're watching," she said, voice low, urgent. "Not just customers. Someone else." I felt a sudden weight settle on my chest, like the air itself was pressing down. The ledger, the expired food, the strange customers all seemed pieces of a puzzle I didn't want to finish. But now I had no choice. "We need to figure out what's really going on," I said, voice steadier than I felt. Claire nodded, eyes flicking toward the door. "Before it's too late." Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the windows like a warning. The highway remained empty, but I knew the quiet was only the calm before the storm. Something was coming. Something that had been waiting a long time. And I was right in the middle of it. I took a deep breath and pulled my jacket tighter around me. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating, but beneath it, I could hear the faintest hum, a low vibration that seemed to pulse with the night itself. Claire glanced at me, her expression unreadable. "Do you think it's connected to the disappearances?" she asked quietly. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I stared out into the darkness, knowing that whatever was coming wouldn't wait for us to be ready. The wind was louder now, slamming against the thin walls of the gas station like it was trying to shake the whole place loose. "We need to move," Claire whispered finally, voice sharp, urgent. "We can't stay here waiting for whatever's coming." I nodded, though my stomach twisted. Moving meant stepping further into the unknown. But staying felt like surrender. I'd already crossed the line. There was no going back. Earlier, when I found the tattered ledger hidden beneath the floorboards behind the snack aisle, everything shifted. The faded handwriting, the dates, the names, some matching the missing people from the news reports. It wasn't just expired food causing the customers' strange behavior. Not at all. The store's past was darker than I'd imagined. Claire pulled the ledger from my hands, flipping through the brittle pages with trembling fingers. "Look at this," she said, voice low. "These entries. They're not just sales or deliveries. They're records. Something else." I leaned in closer, squinting through the yellowed pages. The notes were cryptic, a mix of shorthand and symbols, but the pattern was clear enough. Names, dates, locations. Then numbers that looked like coordinates. The last few entries were recent, just weeks ago. Coordinates? I asked, my throat dry. Claire didn't answer. Instead, she pointed to a line near the bottom, where the handwriting grew frantic, uneven. The last one says tonight. Close. Watch. A shudder ran down my spine. Watch what? No idea, she said, snapping the book shut. But it's connected. These disappearances, the weird customers, it's tied to something hidden out there, beyond this place. I swallowed hard. The idea that the store itself was a hub for something sinister felt absurd, yet undeniable. The expired food, the odd behavior, it was a cover, a distraction. I realized then that the gas station wasn't just a pit stop on a forgotten highway, it was a trap. The thought made my hands clammy. I glanced at the door, half expecting it to burst open. Outside, the wind moaned like a living thing, and the road stretched empty and black beyond the cracked glass. We can't call for help, I said, voice barely above a whisper. There's no signal. And even if there was, who would believe us? Some rusted-out gas station in the middle of nowhere? Claire's eyes flashed with frustration. We need to figure out what's behind those coordinates. If this is some kind of operation. Operation isn't the right word, I interrupted. It feels more like a warning. Or a countdown. She looked at me, disbelief mixing with fear. You think something's going to happen here tonight? I nodded slowly. I don't know what. But whatever it is, it's going to change everything. The store's ancient bell jingled suddenly, a sharp, discordant sound that jerked us both upright. The door squeaked open on its rusty hinges. A figure stepped inside, silhouetted against the stormy night. My stomach clenched. The man moved slowly, deliberate. His eyes caught the flickering light, reflecting something unreadable. He said nothing, just walked to the counter and set a small package down with a soft thud. The scent hit me instantly, damp earth, something metallic and faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. I tried to steady my voice. Can I help you? He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned in, voice low and measured. You shouldn't be here. The words felt like ice sliding down my spine. Neither should you, Claire replied, stepping forward. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. This place keeps secrets. Not all of them want to be found. Before I could respond, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered violently, plunging us into near darkness. The low hum grew louder, vibrating through the floor beneath my feet. My pulse skyrocketed. I wanted to run, but something held me back, something in the man's gaze that tethered me to the spot. Claire's hand found mine, squeezing tight. We need to get to the back room, she said urgently. There might be more clues. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The man watched us, still smiling, as if daring us to make a move. As we hurried through the narrow aisles, the stale air thickened, carrying whispers of old secrets. I caught the faintest smell of smoke, even though the station was spotless. The back door was locked tight, but the ledger's entries mentioned a hidden panel behind the storage shelves. Claire pushed aside the boxes, revealing a narrow seam in the wall. My fingers fumbled over the rough plaster until I found a loose brick. It came free with a dull scrape. Behind it was a small cavity, just big enough for a folded piece of paper. I pulled it out, unfolding the brittle sheet carefully. The handwriting was hurried, desperate. They watch the road. They wait for the ones who know. Trust no one. The gas masks are a lie. The expired goods are cover. Tonight, it ends. A shiver ran through me. Gas masks? Cover? What did that even mean? I looked up to find the man gone, the store eerily silent except for the wind's mournful cry. Claire grabbed my arm. We're in deeper than we thought. No one's getting out clean. The realization hit like a punch. The highway was closed, the storm was coming, and whoever had been watching this place for decades was still here, still waiting. I glanced back toward the front, half expecting to see the man reappear. But the counter was empty. The bell didn't jingle. Silence. Complete silence. And then, from somewhere deep in the walls, a faint tapping began, rhythmic, deliberate. Like a message. A warning. I didn't know what it said, but I knew it was meant for me. There was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. The tapping never stopped. Claire stood beside me, her breath shallow. "It's Morse code," she whispered. Or something like it. I didn't want to believe it, but the way the sound sliced through the silence made it impossible to ignore. We were no longer just employees trapped overnight. We were part of something far more deliberate. Something sinister. "We have to find the source," I said, voice tight with a mixture of dread and determination. Claire nodded, but her eyes were wide with fear. We knew the old storage room was off limits, locked tight, with a rusted chain and a padlock that looked as old as the building itself. The wall near the room was where the tapping echoed strongest. Whoever was behind this had to be inside or very close. The storm outside had grown louder. Rain hammered the roof in a chaotic rhythm, and the wind pressed against the windows like it was trying to push its way in. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting long, jittery shadows across the aisle of expired canned goods and dusty shelves. The smell of stale popcorn and cheap coffee mixed with something metallic, a faint, sour tang I couldn't place. I reached for the padlock. It wasn't going anywhere. I felt along the chain, fingers trembling slightly. Then Claire's voice cut through the tension. "Wait. Look." She pointed to a small, dirty vent near the ceiling. It was barely noticeable, almost hidden in the grime. "We might not need to break in," she said. "Maybe we can see through there." I climbed up on a crate, pressing my eye to the vent. The metal grill was clogged with dust, but I could make out a dim light flickering inside. The air smelled musty, like old paper and something else, something rotten. I heard muffled voices, low and urgent. I strained to listen. "We can't let them find out." "Not now." "The masks are the distraction," a rough voice said. Another voice, higher pitched and sharper, answered. "They're getting close. Too close. What if they break through the front?" My heart hitched. "Masks are the distraction?" I whispered to Claire, who was trembling beside me. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed through the floor above us. The store groaned, and the lights flickered again. The voices inside the room stopped abruptly. Silence. Then, the tapping resumed, but faster now. Frantic. Desperate. I climbed down, and we exchanged a glance. No words were needed. This wasn't just about expired food or some isolated odd behavior. This place was a trap, a waiting room for something darker, something that had been buried under years of neglect and lies. "Who's in there?" I asked, voice barely audible. Claire shook her head, eyes darting toward the front door. "I don't know. But whoever they are, they're scared of us." That thought didn't help. If they were scared, why were they still here? Watching. Waiting. I moved toward the counter, instinctively checking the register and the surveillance monitor. The screens were static, blank except for a faint flicker. The camera covering the gas pumps outside showed nothing but rain and empty road. No sign of the man with the brittle note. The storm was closing in fast. The highway was still closed, and the power was unreliable. We were cut off. Then the bell over the door jingled softly. I spun around, heart pounding. A woman stood there, drenched and shivering, her eyes wild and unfocused. "Please," she said, voice trembling. "I need help." Her clothes were soaked, plastered to her thin frame. She smelled of earth and something sharp, like crushed pine needles and cold metal. I wanted to step back, but something in her expression pulled me forward. "Are you okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She blinked rapidly, like she was trying to focus on me. "They're coming. They won't let me leave." I glanced at Claire. She was watching the woman with suspicion, but also a flicker of sympathy. "Who's coming?" I pressed. The woman's eyes darted toward the back room, toward the vent. "The Watchers. They hide behind the masks. They use the expired food to keep people distracted. But it's all lies. I saw what they do. You have to get out." The words hit me like a punch. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear thick on my tongue. "Why didn't you leave before?" Claire asked gently. The woman's hands trembled as she clutched a small, tattered notebook to her chest. "I tried, but they caught me. They always catch the ones who know." I looked down at the notebook and saw a familiar scrawl. It was the same handwriting as the brittle sheet from the man earlier. The same frantic urgency. "We're all trapped here," the woman said. "By design. It's not the food making you act strange. It's them. They control everything. The gas masks, the expired goods, the silence. It's a game, and we're the pieces." I wanted to argue, to tell her it was just a small-town weirdness, but the pounding in my chest and the cold sweat on my back told a different story. "We need to get out," I said, voice firm despite the knot in my stomach. "Now!" She shook her head, eyes wild. "You don't understand. They're inside. Watching. Listening. They won't let anyone leave once they know." A sudden crash came from the storage room. The vent rattled violently, and the tapping stopped. My stomach dropped. "We have to move," Claire said, grabbing my arm. I nodded, but the woman's words echoed in my mind. Trapped. Watched. Controlled. As we hurried toward the back exit, the lights flickered one last time before plunging the store into darkness. The storm's howl swallowed every sound except the pounding of my own heart. And then, faint but unmistakable, the tapping returned. Only this time, it was coming from inside the store. Closer. Nearer. Right behind us. The night had finally thinned, like old wallpaper peeling off at the edges, revealing something raw beneath. I stood behind the counter, the fluorescent lights humming faintly overhead, painting the room in a sterile, unforgiving glow. Outside, the first hints of dawn bled into the sky, pale, cold, and distant. Time had stretched into a slow, grinding ache these past few nights, but somehow I'd clung on, piecing together the fragments of that terrible, half-glimpsed puzzle. I thought about the expired food on the shelves, the rotten cans, the faded labels peeling away like forgotten memories. There was something about those products, their smell, the way they sat untouched, dust gathering like a thin film of neglect, that had initially made me suspect they were poisoning the customers' minds. But no! That idea felt childish now, naive even. Something else was at work here, something human and far darker. I'd spent hours yesterday, after the shift, rummaging through the back storeroom. The air had been thick with dust and a dampness that clung to my clothes, seeping into my skin. Behind a loose panel, I found old records, ledgers, handwritten notes, yellowed photographs of the store's original owners. The gas station's history wasn't just a backdrop, it was a wound that never healed. The previous proprietor, a man named Harold, had run the place with an iron grip and a reputation for intimidation that lingered like a shadow. The notes hinted at debts, blackmail, and threats against local families. Customers weren't acting strange because of expired food, they were reacting to old fears, buried grudges, and the invisible chains Harold left behind. I remember the night I confronted Mr. Jenkins, the man who'd come in just after midnight, his eyes wild, voice trembling as he whispered about voices in the walls and people standing outside his window. I'd brushed it off for so long. But now I understood he wasn't losing his mind. He was terrified of what still haunted the place, not ghosts, but memories and men who refused to be forgotten. Tonight, the store was quieter than usual. No restless footsteps, no whispered complaints. Just the low, steady beep of the register and the occasional creak of settling wood. I wiped my palms on my jeans, feeling the rough denim roughened by sweat. My hands trembled, maybe from exhaustion or something else, something deeper, like the weight of the truth pressing down on me. Then the bell above the door chimed sharply. I looked up and saw her standing there, a woman I hadn't seen before. She was thin, her face pale as if she rarely saw sunlight. Her eyes were wide, scanning the shelves with a kind of desperate hunger. She moved with a nervous energy, fingers twitching as she picked up a carton of milk, then set it back down. "Can I help you?" I asked, voice uneven despite my efforts to sound steady. She hesitated, swallowing hard. I heard about this place. About what happened here. About Harold. The name hit me like a cold splash. I nodded slowly, heart tightening. Yeah, it's been a rough few years. She glanced around, then leaned in closer, voice dropping to a whisper. I think people are scared. Not just of the past, but what's still here. Hidden. I work nearby. I see them, the ones who come late, the ones who don't talk. They're watching. Waiting. I swallowed, the dry air catching in my throat. You mean someone's still around? Someone from back then? She nodded. People don't just forget Harold. And some of his friends. They keep tabs. They want to keep the fear alive. Her words settled over me like a winter chill. It made sense, the odd glances, the strange behavior. Not random. Not illness. Control. Fear. The kind of fear that doesn't need tool or threats. It's the kind that seeps into your bones, making you doubt yourself, your memories, everything. I looked at her face, pale and sharp in the flickering light. What do we do? She smiled, small and sad. We stop pretending it's gone. We talk to people. We find the ones who are scared and tell them they're not alone. That this place doesn't own us anymore. That night, we worked together. I shared what I'd found, the old ledgers, the stories. She told me about the neighborhood, the families still whispering in fear. We made a plan to reach out, to listen, to break the silence. It wasn't easy. People were reluctant, scared of speaking out. But slowly, the ice began to crack. Weeks passed. The store started to change. The shelves were cleared of the rotten food, replaced with fresh stock. The smell of dust and decay gave way to something cleaner, warmer. Customers began to smile again, their eyes less haunted. I saw Mr. Jenkins come in one night, quieter this time, buying a soda instead of muttering about shadows. He nodded at me, a small gesture of thanks. I realized I wasn't just a clerk at a gas station anymore. I was part of a community trying to heal, trying to reclaim a place that had been twisted by fear. The horror wasn't in ghosts or curses, it was in the silence, the secrets, and the way people could be trapped by their own memories. One night, as I locked up, I stood outside and looked up at the stars. The air was crisp, the world waking slowly. I breathed in the cold, sharp scent of pine and earth, feeling it fill the spaces where Dread had once lived. The store behind me was quiet, but not empty. It held stories, yes, but now they were stories we could face. I thought about Harold and his shadow, about the men who still lurked in the corners of memory. They hadn't disappeared, but we'd stopped letting them control us. That was something worth holding on to. As the sun crept over the horizon, I felt something shift inside me, a lightness I hadn't known since I started this night shift. The fear hadn't vanished completely, but it no longer ruled me. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, ready for whatever came next. Because now, I knew the truth. And truth, even when it's dark, can be a kind of salvation. Story 2, Midnight Stop, The Curse of the Never Leaving. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in lazy pulses that made the ceiling tiles look like they were breathing. I'd been working the night shift here for a little over 2 weeks, and the place was exactly what I'd expected: quiet, lonely, and more than a little boring. The kind of job where your biggest excitement was watching the clock tick towards 6 a.m. I wasn't complaining, though. It paid, and I needed the cash. Plus, there was something oddly peaceful about the place. The silence, the hum of the fridge, the occasional rumble of a passing truck, it all felt familiar. Still, I couldn't shake the weird little things that kept cropping up, like the clerks before me warning travelers not to stop after midnight. At first, I figured it was just a local rumor, something to spook out the tourists. But every night, no matter who I talked to, that warning came up. Don't stop after midnight, they'd say, eyes darting away, voices dropping just a little. When I asked why, they'd only mutter about people who don't leave, and their faces would harden like they were trying not to remember something best left buried. I tried not to dwell on it. It was probably nothing but old stories, or maybe a way to keep the place quiet after hours. Still, it lingered in the back of my mind, a shadow at the edge of my thoughts. The night started like most others. I counted the cans of soda in the fridge to kill time. They were cold, the condensation making little puddles on my fingertips when I grabbed one. The air smelled faintly of gasoline mixed with the sharp tang of cleaning supplies. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden, then was swallowed by the dark. Around 11, a middle-aged man pulled up in a beaten-up sedan. He looked tired, bags under his eyes, a faded baseball cap pulled low over his brow. I watched him from the corner of my eye as he shuffled inside, rubbing his hands together like he was trying to warm up. His voice was low when he asked for a cup of coffee. "Long drive?" I asked, handing over the steaming cup. He nodded, eyes flicking toward the door like he was weighing whether to stick around or keep moving. "You know the rule, right?" I said, trying to sound casual. "No stopping here after midnight." He looked at me then, a flicker of something, maybe annoyance, maybe just exhaustion, passing across his face. "Yeah, I heard that," he said. "Strange place." "Why's that?" I shrugged, feeling the rag slip from my damp hands. "No one really says. Just people who don't leave." I repeated the vague warning like a mantra. His eyes shifted away, and he took a long sip of coffee. We didn't talk much after that. The silence was thick, the kind you could slice through but never quite escape. He left a few minutes before midnight, promising to get back on the road. I watched his taillights fade into the night, a small knot tightening in my stomach. After he left, the quiet stretched out again. The hum of the fridge seemed louder somehow, and the shadows in the corners of the store deepened. I wiped my palms on my jeans, feeling the rough denim against my skin. The clock ticked past midnight, and I thought about the man, about the warning. It wasn't the kind of fear that makes your legs shake or your breath catch. No, it was slower, more insidious. Like the dark was waiting, patient and still, just beyond the edge of the light. I tried to focus on the routine, on the sound of the register, the flicker of the neon sign outside. But then I noticed the door, the one he'd left through, was slightly ajar, moving just a little in the night breeze. I caught myself staring at it, my fingers tightening around the rag. No one came back. Not that night. Not the next. And yet, something felt off. The air tasted different, colder in a way I couldn't explain. I kept glancing toward the road, half expecting to see headlights returning, but there was only darkness. I told myself I was imagining things. That the man had just driven off, maybe pulled over somewhere safer. But the empty space he left behind wasn't just absence. It was a question. An invitation to look closer. And I wasn't sure I wanted to. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, pressing against my chest as if the night itself was holding its breath. I found my eyes wandering back to the rag, the strange, crude bundle left behind on the cracked pavement. It had a faint, almost metallic scent that clung to the air, a sharp contrast to the damp earth and decaying leaves surrounding it. My fingers twitched with the urge to pick it up, to unravel whatever secret it contained, but a part of me hesitated. Fear, maybe. Or the stubborn whisper that some mysteries are better left untouched. Then, a sudden rustle from the bushes nearby jolted me upright. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs as I squinted into the shadows, trying to pierce the darkness. Nothing moved, not at first. But then, a low, almost imperceptible sound of a whisper, breath, or maybe a warning brushed past my ears. I blinked, and it was gone. The quiet returned, but the atmosphere had shifted. The night didn't feel empty anymore. It felt watched. I debated running back to the house, safe beneath its creaking roof, but my feet remained rooted. Curiosity gnawed at me, relentless and raw. I took a step forward, then another, drawn deeper into the night's uneven embrace. The rag called to me, a silent siren song I couldn't resist. As I reached out, the breeze twisted, carrying with it a scent, something faintly familiar, yet unsettling. It was then I realized that whatever had been left behind wasn't just a forgotten object. It was a message, one I was just beginning to decipher. The rag, crumpled and stained, lay half buried under a thin layer of dirt and dried leaves. I knelt down, fingers trembling as I picked it up. The texture was rough, more abrasive than I expected, like burlap or an old work shirt. A faint smell of gasoline mixed with the iron tang. The kind of smell that sticks to your skin after a long shift. I rubbed it between my palms, hoping it might reveal a clue. Nothing obvious. No writing, no initials, no blood spatter patterns I could recognize. Just a rag. I stood and looked back toward the gas station, its flickering neon sign a shaky beacon in the darkness. The night was heavy, the kind of thick silence that presses against your ears until you start hearing things that aren't there. A distant dog barked once, sharp and lonely, then faded into the hills. I swallowed hard. Why had no one come looking for the rag? Why had no one mentioned it was missing? I headed back to the station, the rag folded carefully in my pocket. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the familiar scent of coffee and cleaning supplies hitting me like a wave. Behind the counter, I spotted Maria, her eyes tired but alert, staring at the register like it held secrets she was too scared to unlock. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual, "did you see this out by the pumps earlier?" I pulled the rag out and laid it on the counter. Maria's eyes flicked to it, then quickly away. "Where'd you find that?" Her voice was low, almost a whisper. "Near the bushes by pump 3. I shrugged. Looks like it's been there a while. She swallowed, her fingers tightening around the edge of the counter. Better not ask too many questions about things like that, she said, voice barely steady. People who don't leave. Well, they leave reminders. And sometimes they don't want to be found. I frowned. You mean the ones you warned me about? The ones who don't leave after midnight? Maria nodded, eyes fixed on the rag. Yeah. They're not ghosts or anything like that. Just people who get stuck around here. For reasons you don't want to know. I leaned in, lowering my voice. Why don't they leave? What happens to them? Her gaze darted to the window, where the darkness seemed to press closer against the glass. It's not simple, she said. Some come looking for a second chance, others for a place to hide. But once you stop here after midnight, you're part of something bigger. And you don't get to walk away. Her words sent a chill through me, colder than the night air. I tried to imagine what she meant. A trap? A secret society? A warning? None of it made sense, but the way her voice cracked told me she wasn't joking. The clock ticked past 1 a.m., and the station felt smaller, somehow. The flickering light overhead buzzed, casting uneven shadows that seemed to twitch along the walls. The radio crackled softly, a distant voice fading in and out, like a half-remembered dream. I felt the rag in my jacket pocket, a weight pressing against my ribs. Just then, the door chimed. I looked up, expecting another late traveler or a trucker stopping for fuel, but the figure that stepped inside was different. A man, mid-30s, face drawn and pale, eyes haunted like he'd been running for miles. He wore a worn jacket and carried a small, battered suitcase. Long night, I said, forcing a smile. He nodded, voice rough. Yeah. Just need a place to rest for a bit. Maria exchanged a glance with me, then went to the coffee machine without a word. I couldn't tell if she was worried or resigned. Name's Tom, the man said, rubbing his hands together like he was trying to warm them. I'm headed east, but got stuck on the road. Thought I'd grab some coffee, maybe catch a nap. I nodded, feeling a strange mix of sympathy and unease. There was something about him, the way he glanced over his shoulder like he expected someone or something to be following him. Don't stop here after midnight, I found myself saying, the warning slipping out before I could think better of it. Tom looked at me sharply, eyes narrowing. I heard that, he said quietly. From the other clerks? Yeah, I said. It's just better not to. People who don't leave, they're trouble. He gave a bitter laugh. Trouble's the least of it. I've been on the run for weeks. This place felt like a safe spot. Maria came back with 2 steaming cups of coffee and set one down in front of Tom. It's not safe, she said softly. Not really. The three of us sat in silence for a moment, the hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant sound of a passing car the only interruptions. Tom sipped his coffee, fingers trembling slightly. Why don't people leave? I asked again, unable to stop myself. Maria shook her head. They get caught up in their own stories, regrets, debts, secrets. This place, it holds on to that. It's like quicksand. Her eyes met mine, steady and serious. And it's not just a metaphor. I swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling in my chest. The rag in my pocket suddenly felt heavier. Tom leaned forward, voice low. I wasn't planning on staying long. Just long enough to rest, get moving before dawn. I wanted to believe him. But something about his eyes told me that the night had already gotten under his skin. That he was part of the story Maria didn't want to tell. The clock hands inched toward 3 a.m. The station grew quieter. The occasional car passed on the highway, but none stopped. The rag's presence gnawed at me, a silent accusation. And then, just as I was about to ask Tom another question, the door chimed again. Only this time, no one walked in. I froze. The bell tinkled, sharp and clear, but the doorway was empty. Outside, the wind rattled the sign, and the shadows seemed to lean closer. Tom's eyes darted to the door. Did you hear that? I nodded, heart hammering against my ribs. Maria stood slowly, eyes scanning the dark parking lot. People who don't leave, she whispered again. They don't just vanish. They wait. The wind picked up, carrying a faint, unsettling scent, something like rust and old sweat. The rag in my pocket suddenly felt alive, buzzing against my skin. I wanted to tell Tom to leave right then, to get as far away as possible. But the words caught in my throat. Because deep down, I already knew. He wasn't going anywhere. The night was far from over. The bell chimed again, soft, deliberate, like a whisper caught in the wind. I didn't move. Neither did Tom or Maria. The door hadn't opened, but the sound was there. Clear as day. A cold draft slid under the frame, carrying that same sickly scent, rust and sweat and something else, something metallic and old. It crawled up my spine, settling like ice in my chest. The rag in my pocket twitched, as if it could sense what I couldn't. I wanted to rip it out and toss it in the trash, but I didn't. Not yet. Tom's voice was low, strained. This place. It's not just the highway or the isolation. It's something else. He looked at me, eyes wide in the dim light. You feel it too, right? I swallowed hard. Yeah. My throat was dry, like I'd swallowed dust. It's like waiting. Like something's just out there, watching. Maria stepped closer, her face pale. She glanced at the dark lot, then back inside. You remember what I said. People who don't leave. Her voice barely broke the silence. They get stuck. Not because they want to, but because they can't. I tried to imagine it. Stuck. Not free. And worse, waiting. For what, though? The idea gnawed at me, the way a splinter catches under your skin and refuses to come out. The wind rattled the neon sign outside, the buzzing flicker of the letters casting a fractured glow across the cracked concrete. I caught the smell again, sharp, metallic, like blood, but not fresh. Old. Forgotten. I hated that smell. Tom rubbed his hands together, pacing behind the counter. Look, we've had guys come through here, ones who didn't listen. They stayed too long, tried to sleep in their cars, take a break. Next thing you know, poof, they're gone. No calls, no notes. Just nothing. I glanced at Maria. She looked away, lips pressed tight. It's not just a story, she said. There's something real about this place. Something that doesn't want you to leave after midnight. I chewed the inside of my cheek, trying to steady my racing thoughts. But if it's people, then who? What are they doing? Why no one ever finds them? Maria shrugged, but her hands trembled. I don't know. I asked the old-timers in town. They said it started years ago, maybe decades. A few travelers vanished, then more. The station's been here the whole time, but the stories only got worse after midnight. People who don't leave, Tom echoed, eyes fixed on the black road stretching beyond the pumps. They just blend in. They don't come back. I swallowed again. The rag in my pocket felt heavier now, almost burning. I needed to get it out, see if it still had that message or if it was just nonsense. But the thought of pulling it out, exposing whatever it was, made my fingers freeze. The clock on the wall clicked past 3:15 a.m. The station was colder now. The fluorescent bulbs flickered overhead, buzzing like angry bees. The hum of the highway faded to a distant murmur, like a forgotten dream. A sudden movement caught my eye, a figure standing by the edge of the lot. Far enough away to be mistaken for a shadow, but too solid. Too human. They didn't move. Just stood there, watching. I blinked. The shape vanished. Did you see that? I whispered. Tom nodded, voice tight. Yeah. Maria's breath hitched. It's them. The people who don't leave. I asked. She nodded. They wait for someone else to stop, someone else to fall asleep. Someone else to become one of them. My stomach twisted. The idea felt like a trap closing in. I wanted to laugh it off, say it was just exhaustion or paranoia. But the rag buzzed again, sharp and urgent. I couldn't ignore it. Tom leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. I'm telling you, once you're here past midnight, there's no going back. The highway closes off somehow. The radios go dead. The phones don't work. You're trapped. Trapped where? I asked. Inside the station? Outside? On the road? He shrugged. No one really knows. But the last time someone tried to leave after midnight, their car broke down. No explanation. No help. Just silence. I swallowed hard, eyes darting to the lot once more. The darkness outside felt alive, pressing in, thick and suffocating. Maria shook her head. I don't want to scare you, but you need to understand what this place does. It's not a ghost story. It's something else. Something human. Human? I echoed. Tom nodded slowly. People get desperate out here. Lost. Alone. Some of them. They do things to keep from leaving. To trap others. The words hung between us, heavy and cold. I thought about the rag again, the warning scrawled in shaky handwriting. The disappearance of that driver last week. The silence that followed. There was no supernatural force here. No monsters or spirits. Just people. People who'd given up, or worse, people who wanted company in their misery. People who didn't want anyone else to leave. The bell chimed again. This time, a slow, deliberate sound. I stood, cold sweat prickling down my back. We have to check the cameras, I said, voice shaking. Maybe we missed something. Tom hesitated, then nodded. Maria followed. The monitor flickered as I cycled through the feeds. Empty lot. Empty pumps. The highway, a black ribbon cutting through the night. Then, on the far edge of the lot, a figure appeared. Not walking. Not moving. Just standing. Closer now. Too close. My mind raced with possibilities. The camera feed glitched, the image twisting into static. I slammed my fist on the counter. No, no, no. Tom cursed under his breath. The signal's dead. Like I said. Maria's eyes were wide, fixed on the blank screen. They're here. Who? I demanded, heart hammering. The people who don't leave, she whispered. And now, So are you. I reached for the rag, trembling. The fabric was warm against my fingers, pulsing like a heartbeat. I unfolded it, the writing sharp and jagged. Don't stop after midnight. Don't fall asleep. Don't listen to them, my breath caught. The last line, the one I hadn't understood until now. Don't listen to who? I asked. Maria's voice was a ghost. The ones who want you to stay. The ones who've stopped caring about leaving. They'll tell you whatever you want to hear, just to keep you here. The wind howled outside, rattling the door frame. A shadow moved past the window, too fast, too deliberate. I looked at Tom. At Maria. At the empty lot beyond. There was no way out. Not really. The night had swallowed us whole. And the highway was silent. The wind didn't just howl anymore. They're here, she said again, voice barely above a whisper. The people who don't leave. I wanted to argue. Wanted to say it was just some roadside myth, some tired warning to spook travelers into caution. But the rag in my hand, still warm, still pulsing like a heartbeat, made that impossible. I unfolded it slowly, the jagged letters like scars. Don't stop after midnight. Don't fall asleep. Don't listen to them. Who are they? I asked, though I already knew the answer wouldn't come easily. Maria's eyes shifted, the light catching the edges of her glare. Those who've lost track of time, who've forgotten what's outside this place. They'll say anything to keep you here. Tom swallowed hard, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't like this. None of it. We need to get out. But how? The signal was dead. Phones useless. The highway silent. No cars, no footsteps, just this oppressive quiet. Then the shadow moved again, faster this time, sliding past the window like a slick, black stain on the night. I caught my breath, the hairs on my arms prickling as a low thud echoed from the back room, soft but deliberate. Like someone or something was pacing. I reached out, fingertips brushing the edge of the counter. The rag's heat pulsed, a slow rhythm now, almost hypnotic. My mind scrambled. Don't stop after midnight. Don't listen to them. But what if listening was the only way out? Why do they want us to stay? I asked, voice unsteady. Maria shook her head. Because once you stop fighting, once you believe them, you become part of it. Part of the silence. Part of what? Tom demanded, stepping closer, his jaw clenched. A sudden creak made all of us freeze. The back door, bolted but not locked, shifted just a fraction, letting in a sliver of cold air. It smelled like wet earth and something metallic, a faint, coppery tang that set my stomach twisting. Did you see that? I whispered. Maria nodded. It's not just the silence. It's the waiting. They watch. They test. I wanted to laugh, but my throat was dry. Test what? Tom's fingers drummed nervously on the counter. Then he looked over at me, eyes sharp. You heard them. People who don't leave. Maybe they're the ones who failed. A long pause. The wind rattled the panes again, and I could swear I heard voices, muted, distant, but unmistakably human. Low murmurs that didn't belong outside. They were inside the walls, inside the night. Listen, Maria said, voice barely audible. They're close. I pressed my ear to the cold glass, and the sound grew clearer, words slurring together, promises and threats tangled in the dark. Stay, one voice said. Safe here. No need to wander. No, another whispered. You don't want to leave. My heart hammered against my ribs. The rag in my hand felt hotter now, almost burning through the fabric. I pulled away, swallowing hard. "We have to stay awake," I said. "We can't fall asleep." "That's the point, right?" Maria nodded, but her eyes were distant. "And don't trust what they say. They'll twist your mind, make you doubt everything." Outside, the shadow paused at the window again. I could see a shape, a figure tall and still, like a statue carved from night. It didn't move, but the air around it seemed heavier, thicker, like it pressed against the glass with invisible fingers. I shivered, the cold seeping into my bones. "What do they want from us?" I asked, voice cracking. Tom's laugh was bitter, hollow. "Control, maybe. Or company. Maybe this place just traps people. Like a spider's web." Maria's gaze flicked to the door, then back to us. "I think it's worse than that. They don't just trap you. They erase you bit by bit, until you're nothing but a shadow yourself." The idea twisted inside me, a slow nausea spreading. I looked at the clock behind the counter. 20 minutes past midnight. Time felt wrong, stretched thin, like the night itself was pulling us under. Then the power cut. The overhead light died with a soft pop, plunging the room into thick darkness. The only light came from the neon sign outside, its red glow flickering weakly, casting strange colors across the walls. Silence. Complete silence. And then, footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Somewhere just beyond the door. Tom grabbed my arm. "We have to move. Now." I nodded, heart racing, hands sweaty. The rag burned in my pocket, a reminder I couldn't ignore. Maria reached beneath the counter and pulled out an old flashlight, its beam weak but steady. She clicked it on, the pale circle cutting a narrow path through the dark. "Stay close," she said. We edged toward the door, the footsteps growing louder, closer. My breath caught as a cold draft swept in, carrying whispered voices that sliced through the silence like item. "Don't listen to them," Maria hissed, her voice shaking. Not a word. I wanted to argue, to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. The door handle rattled, slow and insistent. Then, without warning, the handle stopped moving. A long, frozen moment. Then something shifted, something unseen. The air thickened, the weight of those voices pressing in from every side, promising safety, promising release, promising everything if only I'd stay. I clenched my fists, the rag burning hot against my skin, and forced myself to step back. "Remember," Maria said, voice steady despite the fear. "They want us to stay. But we have to leave." The door creaked open, just a crack, but I could see nothing beyond the darkness outside. No friendly road, no welcoming lights. Just endless black. A whisper floated in on the wind. "You don't want to leave." And that's when I realized the real danger wasn't the shadow outside. It was the silence inside. The pressure to believe. The pull to surrender. I swallowed hard, stepping backward, heart pounding so loudly it drowned out the voices. "Tom," I said, voice firm despite the tremble. "We leave. Now." He nodded, eyes wide but resolute. Maria followed, flashlight trembling in her grip. Together, we slipped past the door, into the cold, empty night, into the unknown. And the gas station faded behind us, swallowed by the darkness that never sleeps. The morning light seeped reluctantly through the grimy windows of the gas station. The sky was a pale wash of gray, the kind that felt more tired than bright. I stared out into the empty parking lot, the chill of dawn creeping under the cracked door beneath my feet. The night was over. Whatever had been waiting in the shadows was gone, or so I told myself. I spent the last few hours replaying everything. The weary driver who ignored the warnings. The way the clerk's eyes had darted away whenever I pressed for answers. The vague mutterings about people who don't leave. I'd never wanted to believe the stories. After all, how much harm could really come from a late-night stop at a lonely gas station? The answer, I realized bitterly, was far more than I ever imagined. When the driver pulled in just before midnight, I caught the exhaustion on his face immediately. He looked like he had been on the road for days, the kind of tired where your whole body aches and your mind slips into fog. I wanted to warn him again, just like the others had. "Please don't stay past midnight," I said, almost begging. His eyes met mine, and for a moment, I thought he'd listen. But then he shook his head, muttered something about needing rest, and went inside. That was the last time I saw him. I remember the silence that followed, heavy and suffocating. The hum of the flickering fluorescent lights overhead, the distant barking of a dog that never seemed to come closer, and the subtle but unmistakable scent of gasoline mixed with the cold night air. I kept checking the security cameras, the grainy footage showing him entering the back room, then nothing. No sign of him leaving. No car. No footsteps. Just an empty chair, a half-drunk cup of coffee, and the lingering feeling that something had swallowed him whole. When dawn came, I reported it. The other clerks looked away, their faces tight. "People who don't leave," one whispered, but then shut down as if the words could summon danger. The sheriff's office sent patrols, but the remote location made thorough searches difficult. No tracks, no clues, no answers. It was as if the driver had vanished into thin air. That night changed everything. The unease I'd carried for months turned into a knot of dread that settled permanently in my chest. I kept seeing his tired eyes in my mind, questioning why he hadn't listened. Did he think he was stronger? Smarter? Maybe it was just bad luck. Or maybe, in some twisted way, this place had a hold on people, something that made them stay when they shouldn't. I found myself avoiding the gas station after midnight, not because I was afraid, though I was, but because I couldn't bear the weight of those empty hours. The clerk's warnings no longer felt like superstitions, but urgent cries from people who had seen too much and understood too little. One evening, just as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, I went back there. The air was thick with the smell of burnt coffee and old oil. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in a tired rhythm. I walked the length of the counter, the rough plaster walls rough under my fingertips. Every creak, every shadow seemed charged with memory. I thought about leaving. I almost did. But something held me there, a stubborn need to face the darkness head-on. I told myself it was closure. Or maybe it was guilt. The clerks were quieter than usual, their eyes avoiding mine like before. I asked them again about the people who don't leave, and this time, the oldest one finally spoke. His voice was low, almost a growl beneath decades of regret. "There's no ghosts," he said. "No curses. Just people. People who get stuck. Caught in their own mistakes and fears. They come here looking for rest, but they find something else. Isolation. Despair. The kind of loneliness that doesn't end when the sun rises." He paused, staring at the flickering light. They disappear because they stop trying. They give up. This place. It's not magic. It's a mirror. You see what you don't want to face, and sometimes that's enough to make you vanish. I nodded slowly, the weight of his words sinking in. The danger wasn't something supernatural. It was human. The gas station was a crossroads for broken travelers, a trap for anyone too tired or too broken to keep moving forward. That night, I locked the doors early. I watched the empty lot, the shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked pavement. I realized the warning was never about some mythical menace lurking in the dark. It was about the darkness inside each of us, the kind that swallows hope and leaves nothing behind. As the clock ticked past midnight, I felt the first true calm I'd known in weeks. Not because the danger was gone, but because I understood it. Fear lost its power when you see it clearly, when you name it. I quit the job the next morning. I packed up my few belongings, the stale coffee cups, the dusty receipts, and the memories that clung to the air like smoke. Driving away, I glanced back once, the gas station shrinking into the distance beneath a sky that brightened with the promise of day. I didn't stop again after midnight. I never will. Sometimes the hardest part isn't escaping the darkness around you, but walking away from the darkness within. And sometimes, that's the only warning that really matters. Story 3, Raven's Crossing, Gateway to a Rusted Reality. I never liked crossing suspension bridges. I remember the sky was a thick, bruised purple, the kind that looks ready to pour buckets of rain but hasn't quite decided to yet. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, sharp and clean but heavy with the threat of something else, something unsettled. I stood at the bridge's entrance, a worn wooden sign swinging weakly on rusted chains. The letters were faded and nearly illegible, but I could just make out the words, Raven's Crossing. Not on any map I'd studied, but that hardly mattered now. I took a deep breath and started across. The boards groaned, the cables vibrating beneath the weight of the wind. The first few steps were steady, but then the bridge began to sway, just enough to make me hesitate. My hands gripped the frayed ropes at my sides, knuckles whitening. I told myself it was just the wind, that bridges like this always did that. But there was something else. A faint hum, almost like a chant, tarried on the breeze. I shook my head, trying to focus on the storm. Halfway across, the rain started fine at first, then heavier, stinging my face and soaking my jacket. The scent shifted. Gone was the pine and wet earth. Now the air smelled metallic, like old machines left out in the rain. I blinked, trying to clear the sudden fog in my head. That wasn't right. I glanced back toward the edge I'd come from. The forest was still there, dark and dense, but on the other side, the landscape didn't look like anything I recognized. Maps had shown rolling hills and scattered farms, maybe a small river cutting through, but this place was different. A tangled mass of rusted structures, towers, cables, and what looked like abandoned vehicles, half buried in overgrowth. The sky above that side was a dull gray, as if the storm had already passed, but the air felt heavier, almost suffocating. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the wind. No answer. The hum had stopped, replaced by a low, constant drone that made my ears ring. It was the kind of noise you notice only after it's been there too long, like the buzzing of fluorescent lights in an empty office. I took another step forward and the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones and smells warped again. The sweet scent of rain-drenched grass was gone, replaced by the sharp tang of oil and something acrid, like burnt rubber. The distant call of birds vanished. Instead, I heard faint footsteps echoing somewhere nearby, too light to be human, but too purposeful to be the wind. My skin prickled, the hairs on my neck standing on end. I stopped, heart thudding too loudly in my chest. The boards beneath me shifted, and for a moment I thought I saw a shadow slip beneath the gaps between the planks. I blinked. Nothing. Just the rain, now pounding down in sheets. I wanted to turn back, but the wind was picking up, and the ropes that steadied the bridge seemed less reliable with each gust. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat and pushed on. With every step, the world on the other side felt less like the place I knew and more like a distorted echo. The landscape was a jigsaw puzzle missing pieces, the sounds and smells smeared and rearranged. By the time I reached the far side, my boots squelched in mud that smelled faintly of chemicals. I looked around, trying to locate a road or any sign of a town. Instead, I found rusted signs pointing in directions I didn't recognize, their letters peeling away like dead skin. One pointed to Old Mill Road, but I knew from the map that was at least 10 miles to the east. Here, it was just a patch of cracked pavement leading into a thicket of twisted trees, their branches gnarled like arthritic fingers. "Okay," I muttered, forcing my voice to sound steady, "just a wrong turn. Probably a logging site or some old industrial zone." I tried to laugh, but it felt hollow. The storm was retreating, the rain slowing to a drizzle, but the air was still heavy and wet. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I couldn't even check my GPS to figure out where I was exactly. I tapped the screen a few times before slipping it back into my pocket, the cold moisture from the storm seeping through the fabric. Then I heard it again, the footsteps. Closer this time. Not light. Heavy, deliberate. Somewhere just beyond the tree line, something was moving. I froze, scanning the shadows, but the dim light made everything look like a threat. I told myself I was imagining it. I wanted to believe it was just an animal or a trick of the wind. But the footsteps didn't slow. They didn't stop. Instead, they circled, coming from all directions at once. My breath hitched, and my fingers trembled against the rough bark of a nearby tree. I thought about calling out again, but my voice caught in my throat. What would I say? Who was I hoping to find? The idea that someone else might be here, waiting or watching, tightened around me like a noose. I tried to move, to find a path that could lead me back to the bridge, but every step seemed to warp the world further. The trees looked taller, their branches twisting unnaturally, and the air smelled now of damp fabric and something else sour and metallic, like sweat mixed with rust. I glanced back toward the bridge, but the cables were barely visible through the thickening fog. The sound of the water far below was drowned out by the drone that seemed to seep from the very ground beneath my feet. I kept walking, slow and careful. Each footfall sent ripples through the mud, a sticky, sucking sound that reminded me of old chewing gum pulled from a sidewalk crack. The forest around me was dead silent but for the footsteps that followed, sometimes just behind, sometimes to the side, never quite in sight. "I'm not crazy," I whispered to myself. Not crazy. But as the sky darkened again and the strange landscape stretched out ahead, unfamiliar and unwelcoming, I couldn't say for certain where I was anymore. Or if I was still really crossing that bridge, or if I'd stepped into something I couldn't get out of. The sky was a bruised purple when I finally stopped. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not even a flicker. The screen was cracked along one edge, the glass spider webbed like a fragile layer between me and the unknown. I tapped the weather app, hoping for some clue, but it only blinked, unable to connect. I tried the map. Nothing but a blank grid. No roads, no markers, no familiar landmarks. Like the whole world had been wiped clean on this side of the bridge. I looked back toward the bridge. A shadow, a faint outline through the fog, but the cables were slack now, swaying gently even though the wind had died to a whisper. I could no longer hear the river's roar beneath. Instead, there was a low, persistent hum, something mechanical and steady that seemed to pulse through my bones. I stepped forward, and the ground beneath my boots gave a wet sucking sound again. Like the earth was swallowing me bit by bit. "Okay," I muttered. Think. But my mind was a jumble of questions without answers. Where was I? How had the landscape changed so drastically in just a few steps? And who or what was following me? That's when I heard it. A soft rustling, like someone brushing through dead leaves just beyond the tree line. I froze. My hands found the straps of my backpack, fingers curling tight. "Hello?" My voice was low, cautious. No reply. Just the rustle again, closer this time. I turned slowly, eyes scanning the shadows, but all I saw was the shifting fog and the twisted branches silhouetted against the dim sky. I swallowed hard. The instinct to run was screaming inside me, but I forced my legs to stay still. "I'm not alone," I said to myself. "Not yet, anyway." I took out my notebook, the one I always carry when I hike, and flipped to a clean page. Writing helped me think, even when my thoughts were spinning. I jotted down the strange smells, the unnatural shapes of the trees, the sound of the beneath the ground. The words felt inadequate, like trying to capture smoke with bare hands. Minutes passed. The rustling stopped. The forest resumed its eerie silence, only the remained steady, a background score to my growing unease. I needed information, something concrete. At least something to hold on to. So I decided to explore. I picked a direction roughly perpendicular to the bridge, hoping to find a trail or some sign of human presence. The ground was uneven, the mud thick and cold underfoot. The trees grew even taller here, their branches tangled like the fingers of 1,000 unseen hands. The air was damp, clinging to my skin, and the sour metal scent lingered in every breath. After what felt like an hour but could have been minutes, I spotted a structure. A building, or what was left of one. It was half collapsed, with walls crumbling and a roof sagging under the weight of moss and rot. The windows were shattered, and inside, darkness swallowed everything. I hesitated at the doorframe, the wood rough under my palm, splintered and wet. The smell inside was different, musty, but with a sharp bite of chemicals. Paint? Cleaning agents? Or something else? I pulled my jacket tighter around me and stepped inside. The floor creaked beneath my boots. Broken furniture lay scattered, and the walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, patterned with faded flowers. I ran a finger along the edge of a table, the surface sticky and cold. My eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the broken windows. Then I noticed the papers. Scattered across the floor, yellowed and torn, but unmistakably maps. Maps that didn't match anything I'd ever seen. They showed roads and rivers, yes, but they twisted and forked in impossible ways, like a maze designed to trap rather than guide. Places labeled with names I didn't recognize. And some parts were marked with red ink, like warnings. Symbols I couldn't decipher, but that made my skin crawl. I gathered a few sheets, folding them carefully into my jacket pocket. My hands trembled, not from cold but from something deeper, an overwhelming sense of being watched, studied. Like I'd stumbled into a trap set long ago, waiting for the right person to fall in. A sudden noise made me jump. Scraping wood near the back of the building. I spun around, heart racing. Nothing visible. Just shadows. "Hello?" I called again. Louder this time. "Is anyone there?" No answer. Only silence. Complete silence. I backed out of the building, stepping carefully over broken glass and scattered debris. Outside, the fog had thickened, wrapping the world in a suffocating shroud. The beneath my feet grew louder, more insistent. I pulled out the maps again, trying to make sense of the markings. One spot was circled, an area just beyond the forest's edge, where the trees seemed to thin. A clearing, perhaps. The notes beside it were smudged but hinted at something dangerous. Avoid. No passage. I shivered despite the warmth of my jacket. The logical part of me knew I should leave, turn back toward the bridge, try to retrace my steps. But another part, the stubborn, curious part, wanted answers. Had someone else been here before me? Were they still here? Maybe there's a town, I said aloud, forcing hope into my voice. Somewhere. People. The thought was hollow. I hadn't seen a single sign of life since stepping off the bridge. I stuffed the maps into my backpack and started walking again, heading toward the clearing marked in red. The forest seemed to close in tighter with every step. Branches snagged my jacket, leaves stuck to my wet boots. The smell shifted again, now it was sharp, like burning rubber mixed with something faintly sweet. I wrinkled my nose. I didn't like this at all. The was almost deafening now, vibrating through the soles of my boots. I stopped and pressed my palm to the trunk of a nearby tree, rough bark scraping against my skin. The tree trembled slightly beneath my touch, an almost imperceptible vibration that sent a shiver up my arm. I shook my head. "Get a grip," I muttered. Then, just ahead, I saw it. A light, flickering through the fog like a weak, desperate beacon. It wasn't natural, too steady, too deliberate. A lantern? A flashlight? There was no way to tell. My pulse quickened. The footsteps I'd heard earlier, the maps with their warnings, the unnatural smells and sounds, they were all leading me here. I had to know what waited in that clearing. I moved closer, careful to keep to the shadows. The light bobbed gently, casting long, wavering shadows that danced on the trunks. I could hear voices now, muffled and tense, though I couldn't make out the words. My breath caught. I crouched beneath a low branch and peered through the mist. 3 figures stood around a small campfire, their faces obscured by hoods and the thick fog. They spoke quietly, but their gestures were sharp, urgent. One pointed toward the forest's edge, the others shook their heads slowly. The third held something in their hands, a small, rectangular object that glinted in the firelight. I swallowed hard. They didn't seem like lost hikers or campers. Their posture was guarded, hostile even. And something about the way they moved, calculated, deliberate, made my stomach twist. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound. The mud sucked at my boots, the fog pressed in from all sides. The beneath my feet vibrated with a growing intensity, matching the pounding of my heart. I needed to get back to the bridge. I needed to get out. But as I turned, a branch cracked sharply behind me. I froze. The figures stopped talking. The fire flickered wildly. The air went cold. And then, from the darkness, a voice whispered my. The lantern's light didn't just flicker, it pulsed, like a heartbeat, cutting through the mist with a strange insistence. I stayed crouched beneath the low branch, the rough bark biting into my palms through my soaked jacket sleeves. The voices had grown louder, voices with an edge uneasy, sharp, and now I could almost catch the shape of words, broken and clipped, like whispers carried on a wire. "Not supposed to be here," one voice said, breath ragged and quick. "Just keep moving," another replied. "We'll lose him if we don't." A cold weight settled in my stomach. That wasn't just a warning, it was a threat. I swallowed hard. The woods weren't empty. There were others, watching, waiting, maybe hunting. The thought made the damp chill crawl beneath my skin. I'd crossed a boundary, but whatever lay beyond wasn't just some natural oddity. It was something far more dangerous. I glanced back toward the bridge, fog still swirling around its old cables. It looked less like an exit now, more like a trap. The knowledge hit me like a hard slap. I couldn't turn back. Not without being seen. Not without running headfirst into those voices. My boots made no sound on the thick carpet of wet leaves as I pushed myself up and moved closer to the flickering light. The clearing opened wide, and the fog thinned just enough for me to see what was there. A small camp, makeshift tents pitched under the skeletal branches of pine trees. The lantern hung from a crooked branch, swinging gently. Around it, four figures moved with restless energy, their faces obscured by hats and scarves, but the glint of eyes caught the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows sharply. One man stood apart, near a crumpled map spread over a rough log. He traced lines with a finger, muttering to himself. The map was unfamiliar, no highways, no towns marked. Instead, there were clusters of symbols I didn't recognize, smudged in places as if someone had tried to erase them. I squinted, breath hitching as I realized the map wasn't just wrong, it was deliberately misleading. This place, whatever it was, wasn't on any official chart. It wasn't meant to be found. The man looked up suddenly. Our eyes met for a split second, and I froze. His gaze was sharp, calculating, not quite hostile, but cold. Then he turned away, back to the map, as if deciding something. I swallowed, heart pounding so loud I was sure they'd hear it. Slowly, I backed away, but a branch snapped underfoot, loud in the heavy silence. The figures shifted instantly, heads turning, shoulders tensing. "Hey," the man with the map called out, voice low but firm. "Who's there?" I swallowed again, voice tight as I forced words out. I'm just passing through. Didn't mean to. Passing through where?" The other voice was closer now, cautious but edged with suspicion. I glanced at the bridge again. No way back without crossing the clearing. No way forward without them knowing. My mind raced. They weren't just locals. Their gear was odd, mismatched, like scavenged relics from different times and places. Something about them made the hairs on my neck stand up. I'd stumbled into something I didn't understand, but it was clear they did. "I want to leave," I said quickly, hands raised slightly, palms out. "I don't want trouble." The man near the map smiled faintly, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Trouble's already here," he said. "You crossed the line. You can't just walk back." The words hit me harder than any blow. I looked at the bridge, then at the thick woods on either side. The storm that had driven me here was still raging faintly, the wind whispering through the branches like a warning. The landscape behind me, the one I recognized, was gone. Replaced, warped. The air smelled wrong too, a mix of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron left too long in the rain. "What line?" I asked, voice barely steady. He stepped closer, eyes narrowing. "The one between what's mapped and what's hidden. Between the world you know and the one you don't." I blinked. It sounded like nonsense, like some bad dream spun into words. But his gaze, steady and unblinking, told me it wasn't. "Look," I said, taking a small step forward, trying to keep my voice calm. "I don't want to get involved in whatever this is. Just tell me how to get back." The man laughed, dry and humorless. "Back? You're not going back. Not without a price." The atmosphere shifted. The others closed in, forming a loose circle around me. My breath hitched as I realized the clearing wasn't just a camp, it was a cage. "Price," I repeated. "You crossed a point of no return," he said slowly. "This place changes people. The maps don't want you to find it. The forest doesn't want you to leave it." I swallowed hard, a dry taste coating my mouth. The hum I'd felt earlier thrummed beneath my feet again, steady and insistent. The tree trunks vibrated, the air thickening with tension. It was like the forest itself was watching, waiting. "Why?" I asked, voice cracking. "What is this place?" The man shrugged, like the answer was obvious. "Survival. Control. Secrets that keep the world outside safe from what's inside." I tried to piece it together, But the fog was rising again, swallowing the clearing in a damp embrace. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers toward me. A woman stepped forward, her face half hidden beneath a hood. She spoke softly, almost kindly. "You can't leave because if you do, they'll come looking. And they don't stop." "Who?" I asked, heart thudding painfully. She hesitated, then said, "People like us." But worse. The implication sank in. I wasn't just trapped by geography or weather. Shadows clung to the edges of the path as an uneasy quiet settled over the forest. I looked back at the bridge again, desperate for a way out. The cables groaned under the wind, the mist swirling like smoke. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, and I realized it wasn't a warning. It was a signal. The man with the map folded it carefully, his eyes never leaving mine. "You're in now. No more turning back." My legs trembled. The ground beneath my boots felt less solid, like I was standing on shifting sand. The air tasted metallic again, sharp and cold. The lantern's pulse quickened, matching the rhythm of my racing heart. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want from me?" He smiled again, slow and deliberate. "To survive. To keep this place hidden. And now, you're part of that." The fog thickened, swallowing the clearing whole. The hum grew louder, vibrating through the soles of my boots, through my bones. The voices around me faded into a tense silence, broken only by the distant bark and the steady creak of the old bridge. There was no going back. Not now. Not ever. The fog thickened, swallowing the clearing whole as their words hung in the damp air. I stood rooted, the lantern's flicker casting grotesque shadows that stretched like grasping fingers. The man's shrug felt like a dismissal but also a warning, and the woman's soft voice, half lost beneath her hood, tasted bitter against my tongue. People like us. But worse. My insides clenched. I tried to swallow the lump rising in my throat. What exactly had I stepped into? It wasn't just a forest. It was a trap. A prison lapped in roots and fog and something darker. "What do you mean, they don't stop?" I asked again, willing my voice not to betray the tremor. The woman hesitated, eyes flickering to the tree line as if expecting something or someone to emerge from the shadows. "The ones who hunt." She said it like it was a fact, not a story. And in the silence that followed, I realized she wasn't lying. A sudden snap echoed, too precise to be a branch breaking underfoot. My head snapped toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The man's eyes narrowed. "Keep moving," he said, voice low, almost urgent. "We don't have time." I glanced back toward the bridge, the way I'd come. It was swallowed by fog, the rope swaying faintly in the wind like a ghost's breath. The hum beneath my feet was a low vibration now, steady and unyielding, like a pulse in the earth, or the heartbeat of the forest itself. But I wasn't ready to move. The ground beneath me felt less solid, as if the earth had shifted just out of sight. Something in the air tasted metallic, sharp against my tongue, and every familiar scent I clung to, the pine, the wet earth, was replaced by something off. Rotting leaves mixed with a sour tang I couldn't place, and the distant crackle of broken twigs kept setting my nerves on edge. The woman stepped closer, voice barely above a whisper. "You don't belong here." "None of us do. But once you step further in, it takes everything. Your sense of time, your memory, even who you are." I swallowed again. "Then why help me?" She shrugged. "Because you remind me what I lost." I wanted to press her, to understand what that meant, but the man interrupted, his gaze sharp and scanning. "We're not safe here." Not anymore. From the edge of the clearing, a rustling stirred the fog. Something or someone was moving. I froze, every hair on my skin standing on end. The hum beneath my feet grew louder, almost deafening now, like the world itself was warning me to run. Stay close, the man ordered. My legs felt like lead, but I followed, the three of us slipping into the shadows of the trees. The fog wrapped around us, cold and suffocating. Every step sank slightly into the mossy ground, muffling our movements. The forest was alive with whispers, leaves brushing against bark, the faint crackle of dry branches, the distant drip of water from saturated leaves. Then I heard it, a low, guttural murmur, too close to be a natural sound. My breath hitched. The man grabbed my arm, hard enough to leave a bruise. "They're here," he hissed. I tried to peer through the mist, but the shapes were amorphous, shifting in and out of focus. I wanted to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the hairs at the back of my neck screamed otherwise. A figure emerged from the fog, limping, but quick. Their eyes caught mine, sharp and wild. No friendly recognition, their only hunger. The scent of sweat and something fouler filled the air. I stumbled backward, heart pounding in my ears, every instinct screaming to run, but where? The forest was a maze, the fog thickening with every passing second. "Don't show fear," the woman whispered fiercely. "It's what they want." The figure lurched forward, and I caught sight of others, more emerging like shadows from the mist, their movements jerky, unnatural but terrifyingly human. Not monsters, but something twisted. People stripped of civility, driven by desperation or madness. I forced my feet to move, following my guides deeper into the forest. The hum beneath my boots was a constant, a reminder that the ground I tread was not the one I'd known. Trees twisted impossibly, their branches clawing at the sky like broken fingers. The sky itself was a dull gray, no stars, no moon, just endless, oppressive cloud. My ears caught a faint sound of footsteps, light and cautious, coming from behind us. I glanced back. Another figure, this one slower, more deliberate, tracking us with a predator's precision. My throat tightened. I swallowed the rising panic. The man spoke quietly, "If they catch us, it's over. They don't just take you. They erase you." I shivered. Erased? What did that even mean here? A place where the rules bent, and survival was a cruel game? Suddenly, the woman stopped, pressing a finger to her lips. Silence. Complete silence. Even the hum beneath my feet seemed to pause. A shadow detached itself from the gloom, gliding between trees with eerie grace. This one wore tattered clothes, but what caught my eye was the face, pale, expressionless, eyes hollowed out but burning with a strange intensity. "Why are you here?" it asked, voice low and hollow, but not unkind. My guides tensed, but I blurted out, "I'm lost. I didn't mean to come here." The figure's gaze flicked to them, then back to me. "No one comes here by mistake." I swallowed hard, searching for words. "I just want to leave." The figure's eyes narrowed. "Leaving means crossing the bridge again." It gestured vaguely toward the direction I'd come. "But the bridge is a threshold." The rain had finally stopped. Not with a grand gesture or a last, heavy downpour, but with the quiet, shivering pause of a world holding its breath. I stood at the edge of the suspension bridge, soaked through, shivering in the cold that wasn't quite from the weather. It was something deeper. Something lodged in my chest that I couldn't shake. I stared across the swaying cables, the wetwood slick beneath my boots, the river churning dark and angry below. The other side. That impossible landscape. I'd been wrong all along to think it was just a bad map, or some trick of light and weather. No, it was something else. Something wrong. The trees, the hills, they didn't belong. Not here. Not anywhere I'd ever known. The air was different too. Not just the smell, though it was like a mix of damp earth and something acrid, like burnt rubber, or maybe old engine grease. It clung to my nostrils, a slow, creeping poison. The wind carried it, weaving between the cables, tugging at my jacket as if trying to pull me forward or keep me back. I couldn't tell which. I took a deep breath. The air tasted strange, metallic, sharp. I blinked, trying to clear the fog in my mind. Each step I'd taken forward felt like I was sinking into a dream I didn't want to have, one where everything familiar twisted just enough to make me doubt my own senses. I wanted to turn back. I really did. But the bridge behind me seemed longer than before, the ropes groaning under weight that wasn't mine. The rain had washed away the trail I'd come from, and the storm had blurred the edges of any memory I had of the world I'd left. I was caught between then and now, between the safe and the unknown. And then I heard them. Voices. Faint, low, like a hum beneath the river's roar. I stopped, heart catching in my throat. The bridge creaked, a long groan that made my teeth chatter. I forced myself to listen. Hey! The voice was sharp, urgent. Closer now, cutting through the wet wind. I scanned the far side, straining to see through the mist and rain-pocked air. A figure emerged, no more than a shadow at first, but then clearer, a man, soaked through, his clothes hanging limp and dark. His eyes locked onto mine, panic flooding his expression. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, voice low, almost a whisper but laced with steel. "Nobody crosses after the storm." I swallowed. I'm just trying to get through." "I didn't know." "You don't know anything," he replied. "Nobody does." "Not really." The words sent a shiver down my spine, colder than the storm's chill. I took a cautious step forward. The bridge swayed beneath me, and I gripped the ropes, knuckles white. "Why? Why can't I cross?" He hesitated, eyes darting around like he was afraid of being overheard. Then he said, almost reluctantly, "Because what's on the other side isn't meant for you. It's not meant for anyone who belongs over there." I frowned, confusion knotting in my stomach. "Belongs?" He shook his head, stepping closer now. "It's complicated. The map's wrong because the place itself is wrong. The land shifts. The people," his voice dropped to a harsh whisper. "They change. You don't want to be part of that." I swallowed hard, the taste of rain and metal thick on my tongue. "What do you mean, people change?" "I've seen no one but you." He looked away, then back, like deciding how much to trust me. "You will. And when you do, you won't recognize them. You won't recognize yourself." A cold knot formed in my stomach. The idea that the landscape wasn't just strange but alive in some perverse way, reshaping the people, twisting them into something else that was worse than any storm or isolation. It was a slow, grinding kind of horror, the kind that seeps into your bones. "Is there a way back?" I asked, voice barely louder than the wind. He shook his head. "Not unless you want to disappear. The bridge isn't just a crossing, it's a threshold. Once you step over, everything changes. The world you knew, the one you think you're in, it's gone." I wanted to argue, to say I could find my way, that I wasn't lost. But the truth pressed in on me like the cold, like the wet clothes clinging to my skin. I was lost. I was trapped between two worlds, neither of which I understood anymore. The man looked at me then, eyes searching, and for the first time, something like pity softened his gaze. "You have a choice. Stay on your side. Learn what you can. Or cross and become part of this place." I swallowed again. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still heavy, gray, the clouds thick and low. I don't want to become this, I said quietly. But I can't stay here either. Not like this. He nodded slowly, like he understood more than he let on. Then you have to find your own way out. It won't be easy. No one ever makes it without losing something. The wind picked up, rattling the cables, tugging at my jacket again. A single drop of rain fell from the sky, then another, and then the storm began anew, softer this time, the sky slowly opening. I took a step back, the bridge groaning beneath me. The man's eyes followed me, silent and watchful. "Thank you," I said, voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. He nodded once. "Be careful." I turned, stepping back toward my side of the bridge, the ropes humming and creaking underfoot. The landscape behind me was familiar again, at least in some ways, but the memory of the other side clung to me like a shadow I couldn't shake. The storm faded, the river calmed, and the world seemed to settle back into place. But I knew better now. The map was wrong. The land was wrong. And so was I. I was changed. When I finally stepped off the bridge, the ground solid beneath my feet, I looked back once. The other side stretched out beneath the low clouds, waiting, silent and inscrutable. I didn't have answers. Maybe I never would. But I had a story, a warning, if anyone ever listened. Some places aren't meant to be crossed. Some doors, once opened, can't be closed again. And some bridges are better left untraveled. I walked away, the scent of rain and earth filling my lungs, the cold fading slowly from my fingers. The world felt different, yes, but it was still mine. For now. And that was enough. Story 4, Endless Route, Trapped in Shifting Realities. The bus smelled like stale coffee and worn vinyl, a scent so familiar it should have comforted me. I traced the condensation on the glass with the tip of my finger, watching the streaks bend and twist in slow motion. My knuckles were cold, almost numb, but I didn't try to warm them. There was a quiet hum in the bus, the kind that settles in your bones after hours spent idling on the road. People talked in low voices or stared straight ahead, lost in their own worlds or maybe trying not to think at all. I didn't even know why I was on this bus. I told myself it was a break from everything, a chance to clear my head, but now that I was here, I wasn't sure I wanted to be anywhere at all. The driver, a man whose face was partly hidden beneath the shadow of his cap, glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second, and I caught something there, something sharp, maybe a warning? But he looked away too quickly, as if embarrassed. I blinked, and he was just a man doing his job, nothing more. A few seats ahead, a woman coughed softly, covering her mouth with a tissue. I noticed a faint red smear on her sleeve, but when I looked again, it was gone. Maybe I imagined it. My throat tightened, and I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the sudden dryness. The bus jolted over a patch of rough pavement, and I gripped the armrest, the plastic cool beneath my fingers. I had been on this bus for 3 days now, or was it 4? The line between them had blurred. Each morning, the driver took a different route, veering down unfamiliar roads lined with houses that seemed too neat, too quiet. Towns appeared and disappeared, their names slipping through my memory like smoke. The passengers shifted too. Faces changed, though some stayed the same. I wasn't sure if they were new people or if I had simply forgotten the ones who'd left. It was unsettling, but I told myself it was the monotony playing tricks on me. Travel does that, right? Messes with your sense of time. But then, why did I feel the weight of eyes watching me whenever I turned around? The bus's overhead lights flickered, casting brief shadows that danced across the ceiling. I looked up and caught my reflection in the window, a pale, tired face framed by tangled hair. I blinked again, and the reflection wavered, as if the glass wasn't quite solid. I shook my head, dismissing the unease creeping up my spine. From the back of the bus came a murmur of voices. I couldn't make out what was being said, but the tone was urgent, low, and hurried. I strained to listen, but the words dissolved before they reached me. A man near the aisle shifted in his seat, glancing nervously toward the rear. He rubbed his hands together as if trying to warn them not that the bus was cold, but something about his movements was off, too fast, too jerky. He caught my eye and smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I looked away quickly, feeling suddenly exposed. There was a rustle of plastic bags and a faint smell of something metallic like pennies or old pennies, mixed with something bitter and chemical. It made my stomach turn. I reached into my backpack for the bottle of water I'd been sipping from all morning. The plastic was warm, sticky almost, and when I tilted it to drink, a bitter taste coated my tongue. I stopped mid-sip and set it down, the unease settling deeper. I glanced around the bus again. A man in a rumpled suit was staring at the ceiling, his jaw tight. Across the aisle, a young woman tapped her foot rapidly, her eyes darting between the window and the aisle. No one spoke, but the tension was thick, an invisible thread pulling tighter with every mile. The bus slowed as we approached the next stop. I could see a small cluster of buildings, a gas station with a flickering sign that read open, although the letters were missing or broken. The driver didn't stop. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, the engine growling as we sped past. I frowned. Every other stop we'd made was brief but real enough. People got on, got off, bags shifted hands. But here, nothing. Just the illusion of a place that wasn't quite there. I leaned back, trying to steady my breathing. The silence inside the bus had become oppressive, like the calm night before a storm. I closed my eyes for a moment and thought about why I'd left home in the first place. I told myself I needed distance, a break from the noise of everyday life, the constant barrage of news and people's worries. But now, surrounded by strangers whose faces blurred and shifted, I wasn't sure I was running anywhere at all. A sudden cough broke the quiet. It was harsher this time, coming from the woman who'd been sitting a few rows ahead of me. She hunched forward, covering her mouth with a trembling hand. Then she pulled a small cloth from her bag and pressed it to her lips. Her eyes were glassy, unfocused. A bead of sweat traced a slow path down her temple despite the cool air inside the bus. No one moved. No one said a word. The bus rolled on. I wanted to speak, to ask if she was all right, but my throat was dry, my voice caught somewhere between curiosity and fear. Instead, I watched her carefully, the way her chest rose and fell unevenly. There was a tightness in my chest, an ache that I couldn't place. I looked away, blinking rapidly. The driver's voice crackled over the speakers, a recorded message, I realized belatedly. Please remain seated. Next stop will be announced shortly. His tone was flat, mechanical. There was no warmth, no reassurance. It felt like a command. I swallowed and shifted in my seat, suddenly aware of how cramped I was, how the fabric of my jeans rubbed rough against my skin. Outside, the landscape blurred again into indistinct shapes. Time felt elastic, stretched thin and snapping back without warning. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The bus's interior lights dimmed for a moment, then brightened again. The woman coughed once more, quieter now, almost polite. I caught the faintest scent of something else on her breath, a sharp, metallic tang that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I tried to focus on something ordinary, a bird calling somewhere beyond the window, the distant hum of a passing car, but my mind kept circling back to her, to the strange, flickering reality of this ride. Who were these people? Why did the route keep changing? And most unsettling of all, Why did it feel like I was the only one noticing? The bus rounded a bend, and in the distance, a small town emerged, its streets empty, as if everyone had vanished at once. The stop was up ahead, but the driver didn't slow. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass. Silence. Complete silence. Until the bus engine hummed again, swallowing the quiet and carrying me forward into whatever came next. The bus didn't slow. It barreled past the empty streets of that ghost town like it was invisible, a phantom itself. I pressed my forehead harder against the glass, the cold seeping through my skin and into my thoughts. Outside, the sky had deepened to an oily shade of indigo, the last light of day dying somewhere behind the hills. Inside the bus, a low murmur of voices, half conversations, half whispers, swirled around me, but I couldn't catch the words. My eyes kept drifting back to the woman who'd coughed. She leaned forward slightly, her hand gripping the armrest with white-knuckle tension. The metallic tang on her breath was still there, faint but unmistakable. It clung to the air around her like a warning I couldn't quite decipher. I wanted to ask her what was wrong. Instead, I swallowed hard and looked away. The bus's fluorescent lights flickered again, casting long, jittering shadows that danced like nervous insects along the ceiling. I tried to focus on something else. Anything else. The smell of stale upholstery, the faint buzz of the overhead fan, the faint scratch of tires on asphalt. But the silence from outside gnawed at me, a creeping certainty that something was wrong beyond the windows. When the bus finally stopped, it was at a rundown rest area shaded by a scraggly copse of trees. No one got off. The driver's face was unreadable in the rearview mirror, the dim glow catching just the edge of his jawline. I caught my breath and glanced around. The other passengers sat rigid, eyes fixed on the windows or their laps. Nobody spoke. The woman coughed again, quieter this time, like a secret being swallowed. I waited a moment, then stood and moved toward the back of the bus. The air back there was thicker, heavier. I took slow, deliberate breaths, trying to steady the pulse hammering in my ears. The seats were worn, the fabric pilled and rough under my fingers. I sat beside a man with a gray beard, his eyes closed, but his chest rising and falling irregularly. Something was off. "Hey," I said softly. He didn't answer. I nudged his shoulder gently. His eyes fluttered open, glazed and unfocused. "Are you okay?" He blinked, then shook his head faintly, lips parting as if to speak, but no sound came. A dry rattle echoed from his throat. I felt a sudden chill. The metallic scent I'd noticed on the woman's breath was here too, subtle and insistent. I swallowed. Something was spreading. And it wasn't just in the air. I moved back up to the front, heart pounding. The driver caught my eye in the mirror again and gave me a slow, almost imperceptible shake of the head. "No. Don't ask questions." But I did. I had to. "Excuse me," I said, voice low but steady. "Where are we headed? What's the next stop?" He didn't answer. Instead, he adjusted the rearview mirror, his eyes darting briefly to the passengers behind me. Then he spoke, but the words were clipped, vague. "Just keep moving. Keep going." I frowned. Why? The town back there, no one was there. The streets were empty. He didn't look at me. "Things change. Don't dwell on it." His words felt like a barrier, a wall closing in fast. I sank back into my seat, the weight of the unknown pressing down like a thick fog. Around me, the passengers shifted uneasily. Some coughed quietly, others wiped their noses or pressed hands to their foreheads. A woman near the window stared blankly outside, her eyes wide and unblinking. I realized then that I wasn't alone in noticing. Something was happening. Something they didn't want me to see. The next morning, I woke with a dry mouth and a throbbing headache. The bus was parked at a dimly lit station, a place that reminded me of a forgotten corner of the world where time slipped sideways. The passengers were still there, but some faces were different. New people, but with the same hollow eyes, the same muted movements. I found the woman who had coughed. She was sitting near the window, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched a paper cup filled with lukewarm coffee. I sat beside her, trying to catch her gaze. "Do you know what's going on?" I asked quietly. She shook her head, then looked away, her eyes distant. "I don't remember," she whispered. "I keep forgetting." Forgetting. The word hit me like a slap. It wasn't just the places that changed. It was the memories. The past. Something was erasing pieces of reality, making it easier to ignore what was happening. I began to watch the others more closely. A man with a red scarf rubbed his temples, wincing as if in pain. A young woman in a faded jacket kept checking her phone, but the screen was always cracked and dark. No signal. No connection. I tried to talk to the people who seemed less affected, who still had something like awareness. But their answers were evasive, cautious. They kept looking over their shoulders, whispering about the symptoms and the spread, but always stopping when I pressed for details. One passenger, a tall man with wire-rimmed glasses, finally spoke to me in the quiet hum of the bus's engine. "It's not a virus," he said. "At least, not in the way you think. It's something else. Psychological, maybe. A breakdown. We're all part of it." I blinked, confused. Part of what? He shrugged, voice barely a murmur. "A containment. A loop. They don't want this getting out." His words sent a cold spike down my spine. Containment. Loop. The pieces I'd been trying to fit together snapped into place with a cruel clarity. The bus was a trap. The changing route, the shifting passengers, the fogging memories, it was all designed to keep us contained, invisible to the outside world. But why? And who? I looked around. Nobody else seemed to hear him. The man's eyes flicked toward the driver's seat briefly, then back to me. "Watch your back," he said. "They're always watching." A sudden cough interrupted us, sharp and ragged. The woman with the metallic breath was standing now, moving toward the front. Her face was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were sunken deep. She looked at me for a long second, then turned away. I realized then that I didn't know who I could trust, or if trust even mattered anymore. The bus pulled away from the station, rolling back onto a highway that looked like it had been scraped clean of life. The sky was a dull gray, the wind carrying the faint scent of rain and something else, something metallic and sickly sweet. I gripped the edge of my seat as the bus sped forward, the landscape outside melting into a blur of shadows and silence. A cold, unnatural quiet clung to the air as the bus lumbered through the fog-shrouded streets. I leaned back, eyes closed, trying to piece together what little I had learned. The epidemic was real, but it wasn't just a disease. It was a system, a carefully engineered silence wrapped in forgetting and fear. And I was the only one who seemed to remember. But for how long? A sudden shudder ran through the bus, a lurch that sent a few passengers murmuring uneasily. I opened my eyes just in time to see the driver glance back again, his face unreadable, his hand steady on the wheel. The bus rounded a bend. The road ahead disappeared into a tunnel of trees, dark and endless. And whatever waited beyond, I knew it wouldn't be good. The bus hummed its tired drone, tires rolling over cracked asphalt that blurred into the gray, empty horizon. Outside, the sky was a dull, bruised color, like fading bruises on skin, nothing to anchor the day or night. I stared out the window, but the landscape was a smear, shapeless, unwelcoming. My hands gripped the edge of the seat, knuckles white, trying to steady the tremor I couldn't shake. The man with the dark eyes, the one who whispered they're always watching, had slipped back into his seat, blending into the shadows of the bus like a ghost I wasn't sure was real. I glanced at the woman with the metallic breath. She was still standing near the front, though no one else seemed to notice her pale, hollow face. Her eyes were sunken, but sharp, like she saw through everything, including me. I swallowed hard. The sickly sweet metallic scent clung to the air, mixing with the faint wetness of rain on the windows, and an undercurrent of something worse, something rancid just beneath my nose. It wasn't just the smell. It was the feeling in my gut, twisting and curling like a snake in a dark hole. The bus rolled on. No stops. No announcements. Just a steady, relentless motion forward, like we were all being carried deeper into something we couldn't escape. I tried to piece it all together. The disappearing passengers, the shifting route, the fog in my own mind. Each day, the faces changed just enough that I couldn't be sure who was real. Or what was real. I rubbed my temples, the dull ache pulsing behind my eyes. The man's warning echoed in my head, they're always watching. Who were they? I scanned the rows again. The driver was a blur behind the wheel, his face hidden beneath the brim of a cap. No eyes met mine. No one spoke. The silence was thick, punctuated only by the occasional cough or the faint rustle of a plastic bag somewhere near the back. Then it hit me, the woman with the metallic breath. She wasn't just sick. She was infected. But infected with what? And why was it so secretive? Why was everyone pretending or forgetting? A sudden shiver ran down my spine. My skin prickled with cold sweat. I realized I had been holding my breath. I decided I needed answers. If this bus was a trap, if the epidemic was real and spreading silently among us, I had to find a way to understand it before it was too late. I stood up slowly, trying not to draw attention. The bus swayed gently, and I grabbed the back of a seat to steady myself. The other passengers were mostly quiet, eyes downcast or fixed on their own private worlds. I moved toward the front where the woman stood, her face still pale, her eyes flicking up to meet mine for a split second. That look, intense, almost pleading, sent a jolt through me. She turned away quickly, disappearing into the front corner of the bus. "Hey," I whispered, barely audible over the engine's hum. No response. I edged closer to the driver's compartment, where the man with the dark eyes sat. His gaze was sharp, watching me like a hawk. "You're looking for answers," he said quietly, as if reading my thoughts. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. He leaned in, voice low. "There's no going back now. Once you see what's really happening, you're part of it." I blinked, confused and terrified all at once. "What do you mean?" "The epidemic," he said. "It's not just a disease. It's control. They keep us moving, changing the passengers, erasing memories. The bus is the cage. The route is the boundary." I looked out the window again, the landscape still endless gray. No towns. No signs of life. Just emptiness stretching out in every direction. "Why?" I asked. "Why trap us like this?" He shrugged. "Because the outside world can't know. Because if they do, it all falls apart." The woman with the metallic breath coughed again, harsh and ragged. The sound was close, too close. I turned and saw her standing just behind me, her eyes fixed on the floor, her body trembling. I wanted to help, but something stopped me. Fear? Uncertainty? A growing sense that whatever was happening wasn't just about sickness. It was about power. Control. The slow, suffocating erasure of who we were. Suddenly, the bus jolted sharply, throwing me against the seat in front of me. The lights flickered. A low murmur spread through the passengers like a wave. Uncertainty, fear, confusion. The man with the dark eyes stood up, voice firm. They're changing the route again. We're not safe. My heart pounded so loud I thought the others might hear it. I looked around, faces pale and tense, the silence broken by the occasional cough, the metallic tang thick in the air. I realized then that the choice was gone. The bus wasn't just carrying us somewhere. We were trapped in a cycle, a loop with no end, no escape. And whatever was out there waiting was getting closer. I sank back into my seat, hands trembling as I stared at the dim ceiling. The fog in my mind thickened, memories blurring like wet ink on paper. I tried to hold on to what little I understood, but it slipped through my fingers. The man's words echoed again, chilling and absolute. Once you see what's really happening, you're part of it. I had crossed the point of no return. Outside, the rain began to fall, tapping against the windows like cold fingers, erasing the world beyond. And the bus kept moving forward. The rain didn't stop. I sank further into my seat, fingers twisting the worn fabric of the armrest. The bus hummed beneath us, a low vibration that felt like the heartbeat of some great beast. The other passengers shifted quietly, faces pale in the dull overhead light, eyes darting toward the dark windows as if expecting something to appear there. I caught a cough, a dry, rasping sound that cracked the stillness, and the scent of antiseptic rose faintly from somewhere, sharp and clinical. I wanted to ask the man with the dark eyes more, but the words stuck in my throat. Even now, I wasn't sure if he was warning us or condemning us. The line blurred. Everyone here was caught in the same web, but who had spun it? And why? The bus lurched, jerking me forward. I gripped the seat in front of me, knuckles white. The dim ceiling lights flickered, the glow stuttering like a failing heartbeat. Darkness pressed at the edges of the windows, swallowing the landscape whole. The familiar landmarks from earlier days, highways, gas stations, roadside diners, had vanished. Instead, we were surrounded by an endless gray void, punctuated only by the occasional flash of distant headlights or the wet glint of a slick road. I glanced around the bus. Faces were set in masks of quiet dread. The woman in the seats behind me rubbed her temples, eyes squeezed shut as if willing away a headache. A teenager near the front stared blankly ahead, lips trembling. The man with dark eyes remained standing, his expression unreadable, but his body tense, like a coiled wire ready to snap. "Do you know where we're headed?" I asked him, voice hoarse and uncertain. He shook his head slowly. "Not really. The route changes every time. It's like they're rewriting the map without telling us." His eyes flicked to the window, to the rain, to the shadows beyond. "And whatever's out there, it's waiting for us to get too tired, too distracted." I swallowed hard. "Who's they?" No answer. Just a long silence, the kind that presses on your chest so hard you think you might suffocate. Then, from somewhere near the back, a soft moan broke the quiet. Heads turned sharply. The woman next to me stiffened, eyes wide. "She's sick," the man with dark eyes said, voice low. "That's how it starts." I looked toward the sound. A young woman sat hunched over, face pale and damp with sweat. Her breaths came ragged, shoulders shaking with each inhale. The smell hit me then, a faint but unmistakable scent of decay, like rotting fruit buried in damp earth. It crawled under my skin, setting off every nerve ending. "Is there a doctor?" "Someone," I started, but the man shook his head. No one left to help. He turned to scan the passengers. Most of us are past the point of tearing. A chill slithered down my spine. I realized then that the epidemic wasn't just spreading outside. It was here, in the bus, in the people I sat beside, in the very air we breathed. The sick woman's moans grew louder, more desperate. The bus groaned against the road, the suspension creaking under the weight of something unseen. I wanted to reach out, to do something, but my hands trembled too much. The man with dark eyes stepped forward, his voice steady but quiet. We have to isolate her. Before it's too late. A few passengers shifted away, murmuring in half-formed panic. The sick woman's eyes fluttered open, glassy and unfocused. She tried to speak, but her voice was a broken whisper. Help. Me. The bus felt smaller, air thickening until I could barely breathe. My mouth went dry, taste chalky and bitter. I pressed my palm to the cool window, watching raindrops race each other down the glass as if fleeing something. Why are we going in circles? I asked, more to myself than anyone else. Why can't we stop this? The man with dark eyes met my gaze. Because they don't want us to know. Every day, the same route, the same faces, the same sickness spreading like wildfire. They erase what we remember, confuse us, keep us moving forward until there's nowhere left to run. Who? I pressed again. His lips pressed into a thin line. Does it matter? Whoever controls this government, corporation, some shadow group, they're counting on our silence. Our confusion. I wanted to argue, to scream, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I looked around the bus once more. The passengers were slipping deeper into their own private hells, some staring blankly, others coughing quietly, faces pale and strained. A man near the emergency exit wiped his nose with a trembling hand, eyes darting nervously to the door as if planning an escape that didn't exist. The sick woman convulsed suddenly, a dry cough ripping from deep in her chest. The sound echoed through the bus, raw and ragged. The man with dark eyes moved quickly, easing her down into a seat by the aisle, away from the others. His hands were steady, but his eyes betrayed the same fear I felt clawing at my ribs. No one leaves this bus until it's over, he said softly, though his voice held an edge I hadn't heard before. We're locked in, whether we like it or not. I sank back, heart hammering so loud I was sure it would burst through my chest. The fog in my mind thickened again, memories slipping like water through fingers. Each day bled into the next, a loop with no escape. The epidemic, the sickness, it was a slow poison twisting through the veins of this doomed caravan. And I was trapped in the middle of it. The bus jolted violently, throwing me forward again. The lights flickered and died, plunging us into near darkness. A chorus of gasps and coughs filled the air. I blinked, struggling to adjust. The rain hammered harder, a relentless drumbeat that drowned out everything else. The man with dark eyes whispered, "Brace yourself. Whatever's coming next won't wait for us to be ready." A sudden, sharp banging rattled the rear door. The sick woman's eyes whitened, panic flashing through her haze. The bus fell utterly silent. Even the rain seemed to pause, hanging in the cold air like a hell breath. I pressed my back against the seat, hands clammy. The sound came again, rapid, urgent. Something outside was pounding, trying to get in. "Who's there?" someone called out, voice trembling. No answer. Just a relentless tapping, like fingers drumming out a warning. The bus felt like a cage, closing in with every heartbeat. I knew then that the unknown wasn't just waiting for us outside. It was already inside, and it was coming closer. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear settling on my tongue. The loop was tightening. The sickness was spreading. The bus smelled like stale coffee and damp fabric, a scent I'd come to associate with this endless journey. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, the kind of overcast that sucked warmth from the air and left everything feeling brittle. I pressed my forehead against the cold window, watching the trees blur past like ghosts. Somewhere beneath the surface of this familiar scene, I knew the truth was waiting, but it wasn't ready to let me in yet. I had been on this bus for what felt like forever. Days, maybe weeks. Time folded in on itself, looping back, erasing and rewriting everything I thought I knew. The passengers shifted like shadows, some were gone, others appeared out of nowhere. Conversations restarted mid-sentence, names slipped from my mind only to surface with a jolt later. I was a passenger on a route that circled around a hidden fever, a sickness spreading quietly, invisibly, and no one wanted to say its name. This morning, though, something was different. The air inside the bus was heavier, charged with a tension I couldn't place. I sat quietly, trying to make sense of the faces around me. There was the woman with the tired eyes who always knitted something. Today, her hands trembled, and the needles clicked out of rhythm. Across the aisle, a man coughed into his sleeve, a dry rasp that scraped the silence raw. I noticed the way his skin looked pallid under the dim fluorescent light, a shade too gray. It was subtle, but I caught it. When the bus stopped for the usual break, I got off and walked a few steps away, pulling my jacket tighter against the chill. The smell of gasoline mingled with the faint, metallic tinge of something else, sickness, maybe. I swallowed hard. The bus driver, a thin man with a permanent crease between his brows, leaned against the wall, staring at the ground. His face was unreadable, but when our eyes met, there was a flicker of something, fear? Guilt, before he looked away. "I know why you're here," he said abruptly, voice low. I blinked, surprised. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, a slow, deliberate movement. "You're not supposed to remember. Not fully. Not all at once." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Why? What's happening on this bus?" He glanced around nervously, then leaned closer. "There's a sickness. It's spreading. Quietly. People don't want to face it, so they pretend it's not real. The company that runs this route, they don't want to admit it. They keep looping the route, keep erasing memories so no one can track the spread. It's control." I swallowed again, the taste of bile rising. But why me? Why am I here, stuck in this loop? He shrugged again, more helpless than before. "Because you notice. You remember. You ask questions. Most just go along, forget. You're the problem." His words echoed in my mind as I stepped back onto the bus. The seats seemed smaller, the ceilings lower, the air thicker. I looked around, noticing for the first time how few people were truly awake in any meaningful sense. Most were slumped, eyes glazed, trapped in their own private fog. The knitting woman had stopped. She stared at her hands, unmoving. The coughing man slumped forward, head resting against the window. I felt the weight of it all settle deep in my chest. This wasn't just a bus ride. It was a prison. A slow-moving coffin. And I was running out of time. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I tried talking to people, to break through the haze, but it was like shouting underwater. Their eyes flickered with recognition, then slid away like smoke. Even the bus driver disappeared at some point, swallowed by the dim corridors of the bus. I was alone with the quiet, the hum of the engine, and the growing knot of dread twisting inside me. When night fell, the bus stopped at a small, forgotten town. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across cracked pavement. I stepped off, the cold biting into my skin. The silence was oppressive. No cars, no dogs barking, no life. Just the faint rustle of dry leaves and the distant drip of water from a broken gutter. I wandered toward a diner at the edge of town, its neon sign buzzing faintly, peeling paint on the walls. Inside, the air smelled of burnt coffee and old grease. A few patrons sat hunched over cups, faces lined with exhaustion. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a forced smile, brought me a coffee without a word. I caught her glance in the mirror behind the counter. There was recognition there, a flicker of something unspoken. "You don't belong here, do you?" she asked softly. I hesitated. "No, I don't." She leaned closer, voice dropping. "They've been coming through here for weeks. Sickness spreading. People don't want to talk about it, but it's real. And it's not just the bus. It's everywhere." I nodded, the pieces falling into place. The loop, the memory wipes, the silent epidemic, it was all a grim attempt to hide the truth, to keep the world from unraveling. "I'm trying to get out," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "Find the end of the route." She smiled sadly. "There is no end. Not really. But you can break free. You have to want it more than they want you to stay." Her words stayed with me as I returned to the bus. The engine rumbled to life, the doors hissed shut. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. No more running in circles. No more forgetting. I stood up, moving to the front, where the driver's seat was empty. The controls gleamed under the harsh lights, buttons and levers waiting. I reached out and touched the steering wheel, rough leather, cold metal, and made a decision. I would take control. The bus lurched forward, but this time I wasn't just a passenger. I scanned the route on the faded map pinned near the dashboard, tracing lines with my finger. The roads twisted and doubled back, but beyond those loops was something new, a place I hadn't seen before. A town that wasn't on the schedule, a stop that might mean freedom. Hours passed. The night deepened, and the bus moved steadily along the empty highway. The passengers stirred, some waking fully for the first time. Eyes met mine, wide and uncertain. Whispers floated through the cabin, questions without answers. I spoke softly, "We're getting off this loop. Together." A ripple of hope passed through the crowd, fragile but real. The knitting woman smiled faintly, the coughing man straightened, and the bus driver, reappearing at the door, nodded as if passing a silent baton. When dawn broke, the bus pulled into a small station bathed in golden light. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and fresh earth. Story 5, beneath the still lake, deadly hidden currents. The sky was the kind of pale gray that made colors seem distant, like they belonged to someone else's world. The place was smaller than I had imagined, but it had a quiet charm. Weathered with siding with peeling white paint, a crooked chimney that looked like it had survived a dozen winters, and windows that caught the fading light with a dull gleam. Inside, the floors creaked underfoot, and there was a faint mustiness, like the house was still settling after years of silence. I dropped my bags by the door and opened a window to let in the smell of pine and wet earth. The lake was almost hypnotic, spreading out like a mirror, calm and deep. I had come here to write, or at least to try. To escape the city's noise, the endless emails, the hum of fluorescent lights. To find some quiet. To figure out what I wanted next. But already the silence felt heavy, and my thoughts were noisier than ever. The first neighbor I met was a man named Carl. He was out walking his dog, a scruffy little terrier that looked like it hadn't had a bath in months, and he stopped when I introduced myself. He was in his late 60s, with a weathered face and eyes that looked used to watching things most people wouldn't notice. "You're new here," he said, his voice gravelly. "Lake House." "Yeah," I said, nodding. "Just for a couple of weeks." trying to get some work done. He glanced toward the water, squinting. You swim? I was thinking about it. The water looks inviting. He shook his head slowly, tugging on his jacket sleeve. You want to be careful. This lake, it's tricky. Not like the others. How so? He looked at me like I was a kid who didn't know better. Sudden currents. They come out of nowhere. Pull you under quick. No warning. Swimmers get caught up all the time. His dog barked, and Carl's eyes flicked down. Not like a river. More like the lake just changes on you. I tried to smile, but I felt my throat tighten. Sounds like an old wives' tale. He chuckled, a dry sound. Maybe. But I've seen it happen. Twice last summer, at least. People went in easy enough. Came out. Well, they didn't. Bodies never found. I nodded, though it felt like the words didn't stick. I'll be careful. Carl shrugged and turned away, the dog tugging him toward the gravel road that led back to the other cabins. I watched them go, the little dog's tail wagging despite the gravity in the man's voice. I wanted to believe it was just superstition, or maybe exaggeration. But the way Carl said it, like an old wound, made me wonder. That night, the lake was a dark sheet under a swollen moon. I sat on the porch with a mug of chamomile tea, the rim cool against my lips. The air smelled of damp leaves and something else, something metallic, faint, like rust. I tried to settle in, to listen to the quiet, but the silence was too complete. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and uneven. Then, a splash. Not the gentle lapping of waves, but a sudden, sharp sound like someone diving in, or something falling. I froze, staring into the black water. Nothing moved. No ripple spread beyond the initial splash. No lights. No voices. Just the cold night pressing in. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a fish. Maybe a branch falling. The wind, perhaps. But my hands trembled as I set the mug down. The next morning, the sky was the same pale gray, but the lake had changed. Near the shore, the water rippled in an odd pattern, almost like it was breathing. I walked down to the edge, my feet sinking into the cold, muddy sand. I could feel the water tugging at me, not like a gentle wave but a subtle pull, coaxing me forward. I shook my head. I was being ridiculous. Maybe Carl had been right. Maybe the lake wasn't as peaceful as it looked. Later, I met another neighbor, Mrs. Lang, who was tending a garden a few cabins down. She was a small woman with silver hair pulled back tight, and her hands were rough from years of work. "You're staying by the big dock?" she asked before I could say anything. "Yes," I said. She wiped her hands on her apron and looked me over. "Be careful swimming there. The currents get worse near the dam. It's old and not well maintained." "Dam?" She nodded. "Keeps the water level steady, they say. But sometimes it releases water suddenly. Swimmers get caught if they don't see it coming." I frowned. Why wouldn't they warn people? She shrugged, glancing around like she didn't want to be overheard. "It's not official. No signs, no notices. Folks around here just know to be wary." I wanted to press her for more, but something in her face, a mix of caution and resignation, made me stop. Instead, I thanked her and walked back to the house, my mind buzzing. That afternoon, I stood at the dock, watching the water. The lake looked calm, but I could feel that pull again. It was subtle, like a secret whisper beneath the surface. I leaned over the edge, the wood rough under my palms, and stared down into the dark depths. Something shifted. The water near the dam churned briefly, a sudden swell that disappeared as quickly as it came. I blinked. A trick of the light? Or something else? I wanted to believe it was nothing, but the lake was already telling me otherwise. As the sun dipped below the trees, the air cooled rapidly. The lake's surface darkened, and shadows gathered at the edges. I stayed on the porch, watching the water move in slow, unsettling rhythms. That night, I dreamed of pulling under. The water rising, cold and heavy, dragging me down beneath the surface. I woke gasping, my sheets twisted around my legs, the taste of mud in my mouth. I sat up and listened. Silence. Complete silence. Yet the lake outside seemed to pulse faintly, as if waiting. The night hadn't fully settled when I finally pulled myself away from the porch and stumbled into the house. I poured a glass of water from the tap. It tasted faintly metallic, like the lake in a way I couldn't shake. I took a slow sip, trying to steady my shaking hands. Whatever was happening out there wasn't just in my head. That pull beneath the surface, the sudden, brief swell near the dam, it wasn't natural. I knew it. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by the cold water dragging me down, the way the lake seemed to breathe beneath the surface. When dawn cracked the sky open, I was still tangled in those dreams, my skin clammy and my head pounding. I forced myself out of bed and onto the porch again. The lake was different in the daylight, less menacing but no less inscrutable. The water stretched out, glassy and still, reflecting the morning light and the dark trees beyond. A light breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the faint sound of dogs barking somewhere far off. I had to start somewhere. The neighbors had mentioned the dam, their warnings laced with an unspoken dread. I thought about old Mr. Harlan, the man who told me the currents were sudden and deadly. If anyone knew what was really going on, it was him. The gravel crunched beneath my boots as I walked down the narrow road to his house. Smoke curled from the chimney, and I saw him through the window, an old man with a face carved by years of sun and wind. His eyes were sharp, though, like he could see right through the surface of things. I knocked. The door opened before I could even raise my hand. "You're up early," he said, voice rough but not unfriendly. "Could say the same," I replied. "Mind if I come in?" He stepped aside, and I followed him into a cluttered living room filled with fishing gear, faded photographs, and dusty books. The smell of old wood and tobacco hung in the air. "I've been thinking about what you said," I began, settling into a chair that creaked under me. "About the currents near the dam." He nodded slowly, lighting a cigarette with deliberate care. "That dam's been a thorn in this place for a long time. Folks around here don't like to talk about it much." "Why not?" I asked. He took a drag, then exhaled, the smoke curling like a ghost between us. "Because it's tied to things folks want buried. Accidents, drownings, disappearances. Too many stories that don't add up." My pulse quickened. "Disappearances?" He looked me in the eye. "Decades ago, a bunch of kids went swimming near the dam. Never came back. Bodies never found. Officially, they say the currents dragged them under. But some of us think the dam's operators knew more than they let on." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. Operators? The dam's controlled remotely. Releases water at odd times, shifts the flow. Keeps the lake's levels just right for the company that owns it. But those sudden currents? They're not just natural tides. They're deliberate. I frowned. Why would anyone do that? He shrugged, his fingers trembling slightly. To cover up what happened years ago. To keep people from poking around. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This wasn't just about dangerous currents or a quiet lake house anymore. It was about something darker, something people had worked hard to hide. Before I could ask more, his eyes darted toward the window. "You hear that?" I listened. At first, just the usual sounds, the wind in the trees, birds calling. Then, faintly, a mechanical hum from the direction of the dam. Low and steady, like a machine waking up. "Probably just the pumps," he muttered, but his voice held a note of unease. I glanced at my watch. It was almost noon. The sun had climbed high, but the lake was strangely restless. Tiny ripples chased each other across the surface, and the water near the dam looked darker, as if something stirred beneath. I stood, feeling a sudden urgency. "Can you show me the dam?" He hesitated, then nodded. "I suppose it's time you saw it for yourself." We drove the rutted path together, the truck's tires crunching over loose stones. The closer we got, the louder that hum became, vibrating through the air like a distant machine heartbeat. At the dam, the scale of it hit me. Concrete walls stretching wide, gates partially open, water spilling over with a force that made the air thick with mist and cold spray. The smell here was sharper, wet concrete, algae, something metallic and old. Mr. Harlan pointed to a small control shack set back from the edge. That's where they manage the releases. Not many people get inside. I peered through the grimy windows. Inside, dials and levers lined the walls, lifeless now but clearly functional. A faded sign warned of authorized personnel only. "Ever been in there?" I asked. He shook his head. "Never. But I know who has." The name came out quietly, and I didn't recognize it. "Why?" "Because they're the ones pulling the strings. Keeping the currents unpredictable, keeping the truth buried." I swallowed, feeling the cold lake water pulse in my veins even from here. The dam wasn't just a piece of infrastructure. It was a barrier between the surface and what lay beneath, between memory and oblivion. As we turned back toward the truck, a sudden splash echoed from the water below. We both froze, eyes snapping to the lake's dark mirror. For a moment, nothing moved. Then the water stilled again, as if nothing had happened at all. I glanced at Mr. Harlan. His face was pale, his jaw tight. "You're going to need more than warnings if you want to get to the bottom of this." Back at the house, the afternoon sun felt weaker, as if the shadows were stretching longer than they should. I sat by the window, the hum of the dam still echoing in my ears, and pulled out my notebook. The water wasn't just restless. It was alive with secrets, and I was starting to understand that the lake had been waiting for someone to ask the right questions. Only now, I wasn't sure I wanted the answers. A sudden knock at the door jolted me from my thoughts. I hesitated, then stood, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. No one should be visiting at this hour. I opened the door just enough to peek out. But there was no one there. Only a folded piece of paper resting on the doorstep, heavy with damp. I picked it up, the edges soggy and the ink smudged. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic. "Leave before the water claims you too." The warning was clear. And so was the choice, walk away or dive deeper into the dark currents pulling at this place. I folded the note carefully, the words burning in my mind. Some things were better left beneath the surface. But I couldn't turn back now. The note burned in my palm long after I shut the door. I could still see the jagged, hurried script, "Leave before the water claims you too." It was the kind of warning you don't ignore, the kind that scrambles your thoughts into a frantic scramble, but I wasn't about to fold. Not now. I sat back down by the window, the lake stretched out like a dark wound beneath the moonlight, restless and whispering secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. The hum of the dam throbbed in my ears again, a mechanical heartbeat beneath the quiet night. I pulled my notebook closer, the pages already crinkled from earlier scribbling. Every word from the neighbors, every odd glance, every warning, the pieces were fitting together, but the picture was darker than I'd expected. The currents, the sudden pulse beneath the surface, they weren't random. Not natural. No. Someone was controlling the lake. I rubbed my eyes, the fatigue settling in like a weight. It was late, but sleep wouldn't come. Not with the gnawing feeling that I'd stumbled into something much bigger than a simple isolated lake house story. I decided I couldn't wait till daylight. The dam. It had to be the key. I grabbed my jacket and slipped outside, the cool air sharp against my skin. I needed to see it, to hear it close up, to feel what the neighbors meant when they talked about the release. The path to the dam was uneven, the ground rough with stones and roots. The scent of wet earth mixed with the faint tang of rust and oil from machinery. Somewhere nearby, a distant frog croaked, and the lake's surface shimmered under the moon, restless as ever. The dam was bigger than I imagined, an imposing concrete structure that cut across the narrowest part of the lake. Its wall was slick with moss and algae, the water churning fiercely at its base. I stepped closer, the sound of rushing water filling my ears, drowning out everything else. Then I saw it. A small metal gate, half hidden behind a thick curtain of ivy. It was open slightly, and through the gaps, I could glimpse a valve wheel, rusted but functional. My pulse quickened. Someone had opened it recently. The water was moving, shifting, being forced this way and that. A noise behind me made me jump. I turned sharply, heart hammering. "Thought I might find you here," a voice said, low and steady. I froze. The man who stepped out from the shadows was older than I expected, face weathered and lined, like he'd spent decades living beside this lake. His eyes were sharp, calculating. "You shouldn't be poking around," he added. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my voice. "I'm just trying to understand what's really going on here." He laughed, but it was hollow. "You think this is some kind of mystery? It's just a lake, kid. Nothing more." "Then why do the neighbors warn about sudden currents? Why do swimmers disappear?" I asked, my voice rising despite myself. He stepped closer, the smell of damp earth and sweat rising with him. "Because some things don't want to be found out." I glanced back at the gate. Who's controlling the dam? Who's opening it at night? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked out over the water, his jaw tight. "Decades ago, people drowned here. Accidents, they said. But accidents don't happen in the same spot, over and over." My stomach twisted. "You mean?" He nodded slowly. "That gate controls the flow. When it opens, the water pulls stronger. It hides what's underneath. Bodies, evidence, history. Nobody wants the past to come back." The weight of his words pressed down like the night air around us. The lake wasn't just dangerous because of nature. It was dangerous because of what people had done to it and what they were still doing. I realized then that I couldn't leave. Not anymore. I was tangled in something bigger, with no clear way out. He studied me, eyes narrowing. "You've crossed a line by coming here. There's no turning back." The dam groaned again, water rushing faster, as if responding to the warning. I wanted to ask more, to understand everything, but the chill in the air and that tone in his voice made me hesitate. This wasn't just about uncovering secrets anymore. It was about survival and trust. Before I could say another word, he turned and disappeared down the path, swallowed by shadows. I stood alone, the water roiling beneath the moonlight, the note still burning in my pocket. The lake was no longer just a place to visit. It was a trap, and I was caught. The silence stretched on, thick and heavy, pressing in from all sides. My pulse hammered in my ears as I clenched the crumpled note tighter. Every instinct screamed to leave, to run far from this place before the shadows decided I was their next victim. But something deeper rooted me to the spot, a stubborn thread of defiance tangled with my curiosity. I couldn't turn back now, not when the answers were so close, hidden just beneath the surface of those dark waters. A sudden splash drew my gaze, the ripples spreading wide where the moonlight fractured. Was it a warning? Or an invitation? I swallowed hard, fingertips slick with cold sweat, and stepped closer to the edge. Whatever was waiting beneath the lake's glassy mask, I knew I had to face it. The night held its breath, and so did I. The splash came again. I stepped closer to the water's edge, toes sinking into the gritty sand, and the chill seeped through my worn sneakers. The lake looked calm, almost inviting, but there was an undercurrent of menace I couldn't shake. It wasn't just the water itself, it was something buried beneath. Something waiting. I pulled out the note again, reading the hastily scribbled words under the flickering porch light behind me. They control the flow. The dam hides the truth. Look beneath. The penmanship was jagged, desperate. Whoever wrote it wanted me to know. To see. Look beneath, I muttered. The phrase echoed in my head, louder than the night sounds, the distant call of an owl, the rustling leaves, the soft lapping of water against the shore. Look beneath. But beneath what? The surface? The lake? The history buried under decades of silence? My pulse hammered harder. I glanced back at the house. Lights flickered in the window, then went out. The isolation felt sharper, the shadows longer. I wasn't just alone out here anymore. I was exposed. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of fear, or maybe it was determination. I couldn't leave this tangled. Not after overhearing the neighbors' warnings, not after the stories about sudden currents, sudden disappearances. Something was wrong here. And I needed to know. The note spoke of a dam. I remembered the narrow road winding past the far side of the lake, a rusted metal gate half hidden by overgrowth. Earlier, I dismissed it as old infrastructure, part of the long-abandoned logging operations. But now, it made sense. The shifting tides, the mysterious pull beneath the surface, they weren't natural. They were engineered. I decided to find that dam. The night air grew colder, a dampness settling into my bones as I made my way along the shoreline, boots crunching on gravel and twigs. My breath puffed out in short bursts, mingling with the faint scent of wet earth and something else. Oil? Machine grease? The smell was faint but unmistakable. The gate came into view, looming like a silent sentinel. The metal was corroded, flakes falling away in the faint breeze. I pushed against it. Locked. Of course. I crouched down, inspecting the ground. Fresh tire tracks led away from the gate, disappearing into the darkness toward a small service road. Someone had been here recently. Someone who wanted to keep this place functional. I debated for a moment. Should I follow the tracks? Or go back and try to get help? The note was clear. They control the flow. Who were they? The neighbors? The local authorities? Or someone more shadowed, more dangerous? A sudden noise made me jump, a low, guttural sound, like the scrape of metal on stone. I whipped around, heart in my throat. Nothing but the night. The lake's surface rippled again, as if the water itself was breathing. I shook my head, trying to steady my thoughts. I was losing focus. The chill made my fingers numb. I rubbed them together, wincing as the rough note crumpled further. I needed a plan. Back near the house, I remembered the basement door I'd noticed earlier, half ajar and dark. It hadn't been open when I arrived. Could it be connected? Maybe the dam controls weren't outside but inside. Maybe the secrets were hidden underground. I hurried back, the house looming silent and blank in the moonlight. The porch light flickered once more, then gave out. Darkness swallowed me whole as I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The basement smelled of damp plaster and old wood. The air was thick, almost suffocating. My footsteps echoed on the concrete stairs, slow and deliberate. At the bottom, a faint hum vibrated through the floorboards, a mechanical pull steady and unyielding. I flicked on my phone's flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on a series of rusted pipes and valves, old, but clearly still operational. Water dripped somewhere in the shadows, steady and cold. I followed the pipes, tracing them to a heavy metal door inset into one wall. It was sealed tight, but not locked. I hesitated, fingers trembling as I pushed. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow corridor lit dimly by a single, swinging bulb. The air was colder here. The hum grew louder, a low vibration that seemed to pulse with purpose. I stepped inside, feeling the walls close in, the darkness pressing from all sides. Halfway down the corridor, I found a control panel, dusty but functional. The labels were faded, but I recognized the words, water release, flow regulator. My fingers brushed the controls, and a sudden realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The dam wasn't just a relic, it was active. Someone was manipulating the lake's currents, releasing surges of water to create those deadly pulls, the ones that had drowned the swimmers. But why? What were they hiding? Then I heard it, a soft shuffle from the shadows behind me. My breath caught. I spun around, the flashlight beam slicing through the dark. A figure stood there. Tall, thin, face obscured by shadow. The air thickened with tension, the silence between us sharp and suffocating. "You shouldn't be here," the voice came, low and steady, but with an edge I couldn't place. "They don't like visitors poking around." "Who are they?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. The figure stepped closer, the light catching the glint of ice cold and unblinking. "People who keep the lake safe. By any means necessary." I wanted to run, to scream, to demand answers, but my legs felt rooted. The corridor seemed to narrow, the walls closing in with every breath. "Safe?" I echoed. "By drowning people?" A bitter laugh. "Sometimes sacrifices have to be made," the figure said. "You think this place is just water and trees? It's history. Pain. Buried deep, like the bodies no one talks about." The words slammed into me. The deaths. The currents. The dam's secret releases, they were designed to cover up more than just natural accidents. I stepped back, heart racing, the note burning in my pocket like a warning. "Why tell me this?" The figure hesitated, then said, "Because you'll leave. Because you're not one of them." I wanted to believe that, but doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. I took a shaky breath. "I'm not leaving. Not until I know the truth." The figure's eyes narrowed. "Then be careful. The lake doesn't forgive curiosity." Before I could say another word, they turned and disappeared into the shadows, swallowed by the darkness I was still trapped in. Silence. Complete silence. My hands trembled as I closed the metal door behind me, sealing off the corridor. A cold breath whispered through the cracked window, carrying secrets that the walls seemed eager to forget. Outside, the lake awaited. Quiet. Still. Deceptive. And I knew the night was far from over. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. The metal door I'd closed behind me felt less like a barrier and more like a thin membrane, barely holding back the truth pressing against it. My fingers trembled as I sat on the cold concrete floor, the note still folded in my pocket, its edges crumpled from my grip. Outside, the lake was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you hold your breath, waiting for something to break the surface. Morning came slow, gray, like it wasn't sure it wanted to arrive. The first thing that hit me was the smell, damp earth, decaying leaves, and something sharper, metallic, like rusted iron hidden in the mud. I pulled on my boots, the laces tight enough to cut off circulation but not tight enough to stop the memories swirling in my head. The dam, the hidden corridors, the whispered warnings, all of it replayed in a loop that my brain refused to shut off. Out by the lake, the water lapped gently against the shore, shimmering silver in the weak sunlight. The surface looked calm, innocent even, but I knew better. I'd seen the mechanisms beneath, valves that opened and closed like the heartbeat of some monstrous secret. It was a dam release, carefully timed, designed to churn the water just enough to pull someone under, to hide the bodies that had been swept away decades ago. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting my lungs, and walked toward the dock. It creaked under my weight, wood swollen from years of moisture. I ran my hand along the rough edge, feeling the splinters, the grain worn smooth in places. The lake was still, but I could almost see the currents twisting beneath, invisible but deadly. I thought about the neighbors' warnings, the harsh voices at the grocery store, the way their eyes darted when I asked questions. They knew. They always knew. But no one spoke. I remembered the figure's words from last night. You think this place is just water and trees? It's history. Pain. Buried deep, like the bodies no one talks about. Did they mean the town? The lake? The generations who'd looked away? I swallowed hard. If that was true, then what did it mean for me, for anyone who dared to wade into those waters? The note in my pocket felt heavier now. I unfolded it again, the ink smudged but still legible. They won't stop. Not until the truth is buried with the dead. I folded it back quickly and stuffed it in. A warning or a threat? Maybe both. Later that morning, I drove into town, the car's tires humming on the cracked asphalt. The small cafe by the main street was nearly empty, the smell of burnt coffee and fried eggs hanging thick in the air. I sat at the counter, nursing a lukewarm cup, watching the regulars with a strange mixture of suspicion and pity. They knew I was an outsider now, and the look in their eyes said they hoped I'd leave before I got too close. Looking for answers? The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a voice that sounded like it had carried too many secrets, slid a plate of toast in front of me. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I was any closer than the night before. I need to know who's behind the dam releases. Why they do it. And how long it's been going on. She hesitated, then lowered her voice. You don't want to poke the bear, honey. That dam's been around longer than most of us. And some folks think it's better the way it is. Keeps the lake busy, keeps people away from certain areas. I frowned. What areas? She glanced around, then leaned in. Old Quarry. The spot where they say the drowning started. Bodies never found, always some excuse. Currents too strong, sudden whirlpools, accidents. But accidents don't happen that often, not all at once. The words settled over me like a thick fog. It was worse than I thought. The dam wasn't just a piece of infrastructure, it was a tool for silence, a way to hide decades of something ugly and unforgivable. Driving back to the lake, I felt the weight of it all pressing down. The water seemed darker now, the surface less forgiving. I stopped at the edge, the breeze carrying the sharp scent of pine and something cold, like forgotten memories. I thought about the figure from last night. They'd warned me, told me to be careful. But wasn't that what I wanted? To know the truth, no matter how painful. The lake had sucked in more than just people. It had swallowed stories, secrets, entire lives erased beneath its depths. That evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky bruised purple, I returned to the dam. The mechanism was silent now, but I knew it wouldn't stay that way. The releases came in cycles, timed to keep the currents unpredictable, dangerous. I sat on the cold concrete, listening to the water's slow murmur, the wind stirring the trees like whispered voices. I pulled out the note again and read it one last time. They won't stop. Not until the truth is buried with the dead. But I wasn't going to let that happen. Not this time. The next morning, I packed up my things. The lake house felt different now, less a refuge and more a reminder of everything I couldn't unsee. I got in the car, the engine rumbling to life, and took one last look at the water. The surface caught the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, sparkling deceptively bright. As I drove away, I realized something had shifted inside me. The lake's currents might pull people under, but they couldn't drown the truth anymore. Not if I had anything to say about it. I didn't know what would come next, whether the town would finally face its past or keep hiding behind silence, but I was done running from the history beneath those waves. I was done pretending. The lake house disappeared behind me, swallowed by trees and shadows. But the story wasn't over. It was only just beginning. Story 6, Lost in a Foreign Labyrinth. Language is a deadly maze. I never thought I'd get lost in a city where the signs were all in the same alphabet as my own, but there I was, standing under a flickering street lamp that buzzed like it might give out any second. I'd arrived that afternoon, suitcase dragging behind me across cracked pavement, the clatter of my wheels echoing off the old buildings. The city was supposed to be easy, a place where people spoke some English, where tourist maps weren't completely useless. But the first few hours had been a tangle of missed turns and polite smiles that didn't reach the eyes. I wasn't just lost, I was invisible, or maybe the language barrier made me so. I checked my phone again. No signal. That explained a lot. My plan had been simple: get to the hostel, drop off my bag, then find a cafe to figure out the next steps. Instead, my fingers hovered over the screen, desperate for a lifeline that wasn't coming. A man approached, his gait uneven, like he was nursing a limp. He spoke quickly, words tumbling out in a language I barely recognized. I shook my head, hoping my confusion showed on my face enough to slow him down. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. There was something tight in his expression, as if he was used to being misunderstood and didn't mind using it to his advantage. Hostel? I asked, hoping my accent wasn't too thick. He nodded and pointed down the street. Then he said something else, a phrase I didn't catch, something about left or right, but the sound was swallowed by the night. I followed his finger, then his gaze, stepping carefully over a puddle that smelled faintly metallic. The man stayed close behind me, his presence unsettling though he said nothing more. I tried to shake off the unease. Maybe I was just tired, or the city was bigger and stranger than I'd anticipated. The street twisted, and soon I found myself in a quieter part of town. The buildings grew taller here, their windows dark and shuttered. A stray dog barked somewhere far off, the sound sharp and sudden, breaking the silence like a warning. I stopped, listening. No footsteps behind me now. Had the man disappeared? I turned quickly, but there was no one. The hostel was supposed to be just around the corner, according to the crumpled map I'd printed at the airport. But now I wasn't so sure. The street signs were faded, half covered in graffiti, and the handful of people I passed gave me nothing more than sidelong glances. I tried to ask a woman sitting on a stoop, her hands folded over a shopping bag. I pointed to the map and said, "Hostel?" She looked up, eyes sharp. She nodded, then said something in rapid speech. I caught the phrase danger and night. I blinked, puzzled, and she repeated it more slowly, pointing down a side street that looked darker than the one I'd come from. Danger? I repeated, voice low and cautious. She shrugged, lips pressed into a thin line, then muttered a phrase I didn't understand. Before I could ask more, she stood and disappeared into a nearby doorway, leaving me alone with the creeping shadows. I swallowed hard. Was it a warning? Or just a strange way of saying not this way? My mind raced. I could turn back, but where? The street behind me looked the same as before, uncertain and uninviting. My suitcase felt heavier with every step. The city's hum was different here, not the usual murmur of traffic or distant laughter, but a low, persistent buzz, like electricity running just under the surface. I noticed a small shop with its shutter half closed, a faded sign hanging crookedly. The windows were dusty, but inside, a figure moved, slow, deliberate. I hesitated, then approached. The door creaked when I pushed it open, the smell of stale tobacco and something else, something sharp, hitting me immediately. The man inside looked up, expression unreadable. Looking for something? His English was halting but clear. I nodded, then showed him my map. Hostel. Near here? He studied it, then shook his head. No. Not safe. Safe? The word felt heavy in the stale air. He leaned in, voice dropping. People here, they don't like strangers. Especially ones who don't understand. You must be careful. He tapped a finger against the counter, then pointed to the street outside. Follow signs, not people. Some will help, some want something. I frowned, the warning sinking in. I wanted to ask more, but the door jingled as someone left, and the moment was gone. Outside, the night air felt colder now. The street lamp above flickered again, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward me like fingers. My hands trembled slightly, not from cold, I realized, but from something deeper. I tried to steady myself. Maybe I was overthinking it. After all, I'd been alone in strange cities before. I'd managed. But the uneven footing beneath my feet, the way voices drifted just out of reach, the way every phrase I heard twisted and turned in my mind, it was all starting to feel like a game I didn't know the rules to. I pulled my jacket tighter and decided to follow the man's advice, trust the signs, not the people. But the signs were cryptic. They pointed in directions that led to dead ends or closed doors. Sometimes, when I thought I'd found the right path, a group of teenagers would appear, laughing too loud, blocking the way, their smiles sharp and too knowing. Once, a woman approached me with a friendly smile, offering what looked like a tourist brochure. I took it gratefully, but the page inside was filled with scribbled notes in a handwriting that made my eyes ache to read. I showed it to a passerby, but they only shook their head and whispered a warning I didn't understand. I was beginning to realize that the city wasn't just indifferent to me, it was actively shifting beneath my feet, warping the simple into the dangerous. Every direction I followed seemed to close in tighter, every friendly face edged with something unspoken. As the night deepened, my footsteps echoed louder, and the map in my hand felt less like a guide and more like a puzzle I couldn't solve. Somewhere, a clock chimed midnight, slow and mournful. I stopped under another flickering lamp, my breath misting in the cool air. Behind me, the quiet stretched, waiting. Ahead, the street curved sharply into darkness. I felt a glance, sharp, watching. Turning swiftly, I saw nothing but the empty street. Then, a voice from the shadows, soft and deliberate, "You're far from where you belong." I didn't answer. I couldn't. Silence. Complete silence. And something waiting. The voice lingered in the cold air long after it vanished. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Instead, I forced myself to step forward, each footfall a cautious punctuation in the night. My hands gripped the map, the paper crinkling under my fingers. It was useless. I realized no matter how much I tried to read it, the streets didn't match the lines. The map was a lie, or at least a partial truth, mingled by my ignorance and the city's indifference. I found a bench near the corner, its wooden slats damp with dew and rough against my palms when I sat down. The cold crept up my legs, making me shift uneasily. I wasn't sure why I was waiting for something or someone, maybe. The night pressed close, and the silence was thick, almost suffocating. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and sudden, then nothing but the rustle of wind through dead leaves. I pulled the map closer and stared at the scribbled notes I'd made after yesterday's confusion. Names, addresses, cryptic warnings I'd overheard or been told but didn't fully understand. The locals spoke to me in riddles, their words half-masked by dialects and smiles that didn't reach their eyes. I thought about the man who'd whispered to me earlier, his breath smelling faintly of stale tobacco. The warning had been clear in tone if not in language. I needed more than whispers. I needed facts. Dawn crept in slowly, painting the sky a pale gray. I left the bench, the map folded and shoved into my coat pocket. I decided no. I convinced myself that I needed to find someone who could speak my language. Maybe a tourist center or a hotel lobby. Somewhere that wasn't this maze of shadows and half-truths. The streets were quieter with the morning, though the city's pulse never fully slowed. Shops were shuttered, windows grimy, and the smell of damp concrete mingled with the faint aroma of frying bread and bitter coffee drifting from a corner cafe. I followed the scent, hoping for a hint of normalcy. Inside the cafe, the air was warm and thick with the smell of roasted beans and something sugary. The wooden floor creaked underfoot, and the chatter was low, murmured in tongues I couldn't catch. I ordered a coffee, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. The barista, a woman with tired eyes and a streak of gray in her hair, slid the cup across without a word. I sat near the window, watching the street. People passed by, their faces a blur of indifference and suspicion. I pulled out the map again, tracing a route with my finger, the paper now wrinkled and soft. There was a name I hadn't noticed before, Elena. According to a scrawled note in the margin, she was someone who might help. But where to find her? The note said near the market, which I assumed meant the old market square, a place I hadn't dared visit yet. Something about that place felt off, even in daylight. I finished the coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. Leaving a few coins on the table, I stepped back into the street. The sun was higher now, but the shadows still clung stubbornly to corners and doorways. I had no choice but to follow the map's twisted clues to the market. The walk was longer than I expected. The city shifted again, buildings leaning closer, alleys narrowing, faces watching from behind curtains or just out of sight. I caught snippets of conversation, words like control and safe and don't look, but never enough to piece together the meaning. A woman passing me muttered something sharp and urgent in my direction, then disappeared into a crowd. At the market, the noise hit me like a wave, vendors shouting, children crying, the clatter of carts over cobblestones. Stalls overflowed with fruit and bread, fabrics bright and faded, trinkets that caught the light in unexpected ways. But beneath the bustle was an undercurrent of tension, like the edge of an item just waiting to slip into skin. I looked for Elena, scanning faces. Then I saw her, a woman in her late 40s, wearing a faded red scarf and an expression that didn't quite match the warmth in her eyes. She was stacking crates near a stall selling dried herbs. "Are you Elena?" I asked, voice cracking slightly. She nodded slowly, eyes flicking to the map in my pocket. "You're not from here," she said in careful English, her accent thick but clear. "No," I admitted. I'm lost. I need help. She studied me for a moment, then motioned for me to follow. We slipped away from the noise, down a narrow alley where the smell of damp wood and old stone pressed in. Elena's pace was steady, deliberate. People don't trust strangers, she said quietly. Especially ones who ask too many questions. I swallowed hard. I'm not asking, just trying to understand. She laughed, a short, humorless sound. Understanding is dangerous here. We stopped in front of a weathered door, paint peeling and a faded sign above it. Elena knocked twice, waited, then pushed it open. Inside was dim, the air thick with cigarette smoke and something else, fear, maybe. A few men looked up, their faces unreadable. Elena introduced me in broken phrases, and I caught a name, Marco. He was older, eyes sharp and calculating. You want to know about the city, Marco said, voice low. But it's not the city that's the problem. What is it? I asked, swallowing the lump in my throat. He glanced around before leaning closer. There's a network. A system that feeds on people like you, outsiders, those who don't see the rules. They trap you with language, with confusion, with fear. It's how they keep control. I nodded slowly, the pieces clicking together. The warnings, the twisted directions, the strange looks, this was no accident. It was deliberate. Why? I whispered. Because fear is the easiest way to make you stay silent, Marco said. And silence keeps everything in place. The room felt smaller suddenly, the walls closing in. I realized then that I was deeper into this than I thought, tangled in something that thrived on my every misstep. Elena placed a hand on my shoulder. You're not alone. But you have to be careful. Outside, the city pulsed with life, indifferent and watchful. I stepped back into the street, the sun now high and harsh. The map in my pocket felt heavier, loaded with meanings I wasn't yet ready to face. I walked on, every shadow a question, every word a trap. And somewhere in the distance, a clock struck noon, sharp, unforgiving. This was no longer just about finding my way home. It was about surviving the language of fear. The city's noise pressed in again, sharper now, clocks ticking in alleyways, distant conversations twisting into murmurs, the hum of unseen engines. I pulled the crumpled map from my pocket, the edges curling with sweat. The lines and scribbles weren't just directions anymore. They were warnings, coded and cruel. Every bend, every street name I'd assumed was innocent now looked like a snare. I folded it quickly and shoved it back inside my jacket, heart thudding as I tried to steady my breath. Why was this so complicated? Why did a simple question like where is the market bring a dozen different answers, each one more confusing than the last? Marco's words echoed, they use fear to keep you silent. I had brushed off the odd glances, the cryptic phrases, the meaningless smiles. Now I wondered if I'd been foolish all along, a stranger trapped in a game I didn't understand. I remembered Elena's hand on my shoulder, firm but trembling. She had said, "You're not alone. But you have to be careful." Careful. The word tasted bitter, like burnt coffee left to stagnate. I didn't know yet who I could trust. Or if trust even mattered. The street corner where I stood was cluttered with vendors shouting over one another, their voices rising and falling in a rhythm I couldn't catch. The smell of grilled meat mixed with something sour, maybe spoiled fruit, made my stomach lurch. I tried to focus on the task ahead. Find the network Marco mentioned. Understand what they wanted. Escape if possible. I started walking, following a route Elena had indicated earlier. The sun glared overhead, turning shadows into sharp angles that stabbed at my feet. A woman selling flowers smiled at me, but her eyes flicked sideways like she was watching something behind me. I swallowed hard and kept moving, every step heavier than the last. I found myself in a narrow street, the walls on either side coated with cracked plaster, graffiti scrawled in hurried, angry strokes. The air smelled damp and stale. My shoes scraped against loose stones. I passed a small cafe where an old man sat alone, his eyes distant, lips moving as if whispering secrets to the dust particles floating in the sunbeam. I wanted to ask him something, anything, but the words caught in my throat. Suddenly, a voice called out behind me. "You shouldn't be here." It was low, almost a growl, but without menace. More a warning. I turned slowly. A man, tall and lean, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that seemed too bright for this grimy street, stepped out from under a faded awning. His clothes were neat but threadbare, like he was trying to look respectable in a place that didn't care. "I'm just trying to find my way," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded, like he understood more than I did. "The map you have, it's broken." "Broken?" I frowned. "How do you mean?" He glanced around, lowering his voice. "It's not the paper. It's what they've done to the city. Changed the streets, changed the meanings. You're chasing ghosts." My pulse quickened. "Who are they?" He hesitated, then stepped closer, the smell of tobacco and something sharp on his breath. "People who don't want you to leave. People who profit from your confusion." I blinked. Profit? From what? From fear. From silence. From the way you stumble and fall, hoping someone will help but finding only walls. I wanted to ask more, but the man's eyes flicked toward the end of the street, where a shadow moved too fast to be just a passerby. He straightened abruptly. "Look, you don't have to believe me. But if you keep going the way you have, you'll find out soon enough." He turned and disappeared into a side alley, leaving me alone with a dozen new questions and a growing pit of dread. I stood there, the sun suddenly too hot, the city too cold. The next hours passed in a blur. I retraced my steps, trying to avoid the traps I'd fallen into before. Every conversation felt like a puzzle missing half its pieces. Even simple phrases were twisted, meaning something dark hidden beneath polite smiles or hurried warnings. At one point, I stopped inside a tiny grocery store, the shelves packed with dusty cans and faded labels. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, spoke to me in broken English, her words clipped but kind. "Not safe. Not safe to ask." I nodded, pretending to understand. Outside, the sounds of traffic and voices felt distant, like they belonged to another world. That night, I returned to the apartment Elena had lent me, but the building felt different, less like a refuge and more like a cage. The windows rattled in the wind, the peeling wallpaper looked like it was watching me. I tried to sleep, but the images of the day kept flashing behind my eyelids, the man's warning, Marco's words, Elena's cautious hand. At some point, I realized the map was gone from my jacket. Panic rose like bile in my throat. I searched the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay frantically. Nothing. It wasn't just a piece of paper anymore, it was my lifeline. I sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing my temples, the room spinning slightly. How could I be so careless? The city had taken something from me, and I hadn't even noticed. Then, a soft knock at the door. My heart jumped into my throat. "Elena?" I whispered. Her voice came through, low and urgent. "We have no time. They know you're looking. You can't go back to the apartment." I opened the door. Her eyes were wide, shadows under them deepening her usual calm. "What do you mean?" "They're watching. You lost the map?" I nodded. "That's not just a mistake. It means you're marked. I swallowed hard. Marked. She pulled me into the hallway, glancing over her shoulder. You've crossed a line. There's no going back now. You have to come with me. My feet felt rooted to the floor, but I didn't argue. I couldn't. The air outside was thick with tension, every distant noise a threat. I realized then that the city had already claimed me. The twisted directions, the warnings, they weren't mistakes or accidents. They were fences built to trap me. Elena led me through shadowed corridors and narrow stairwells until we reached a door at the back of the building. She knocked in a pattern I didn't understand. The door opened a crack, then wider, revealing the tired face of a man I hadn't seen before. We don't have much time, Elena said. He lost the map. We need to move before they find him. I stepped inside, the door closing softly behind me. The room was small, lit only by a single lamp that flickered like a dying heartbeat. Maps, papers, and scribbled notes covered every surface. This, Elena said, gesturing to the chaos, is the only truth left. The network. The people who've been trying to fight back. I looked around, the weight of it sinking in. This wasn't just about me or a lost map. It was a web of fear, control, and resistance, one I was now tangled in, whether I liked it or not. And the worst part? There was no simple way out anymore. The city had already closed its doors behind me. Are you ready? Elena asked, her voice barely a whisper. I swallowed, knowing that whatever came next, it was the point of no return. The room smelled of dust and stale cigarette smoke, the kind that clings to your clothes and hair long after you leave. I couldn't tell if it was the lamp flickering or the city's restless pulse outside that made the shadows twitch. Elena's eyes were sharp, darting between me and a man who looked like he had been carved from exhaustion itself. His name was Tomas, but that detail felt almost irrelevant beneath the weight of what he was about to say. We don't have much time, he repeated, voice low, almost a whisper. There was a tremor in it, fear, I guessed, but maybe something else. He lost the map. His eyes flicked toward me, though I hadn't said a word. We need to move before they find him. I wanted to ask who he was, why the map mattered, but words stuck in my throat like thick mud. Instead, I swallowed hard and nodded. My hands itched to touch the paper spread on the cracked table, but I held back. I wasn't sure if I was a guest or a prisoner here. Elena moved toward the wall, pulling a loose brick free. Behind it was a narrow passage dark as a well, the air inside smelling colder and wetter than the room we were in. This way, she said. Her voice was steady, but I caught the slight shake in her hand. I followed, every step echoing in the tight space, the rough stone scraping my palms when I reached out for balance. The city's noise faded to a distant rumble, replaced by a silence so thick I could hear my own breathing, shallow, uneven, betraying my rising panic. Halfway down the tunnel, Tomas stopped and pressed his ear against the wall. They're close, he said without turning. Too close. I felt my skin crawl. Who are they? I asked, voice barely a breath. Elena's eyes caught mine, hard and urgent. People who don't want this place exposed. People who use the city's confusion to corner anyone who looks lost. Her lips tightened. People who profit from silence. I thought back to the twisted directions, the warnings whispered in hurried, broken phrases. Now it clicked, the city wasn't just a maze. It was a trap, and the walls were lined with eyes. The passage opened into a basement, dimly lit by a single bulb that swung gently, casting long fingers of light across the cluttered room. I spotted more maps pinned to corkboards, some marked with red ink, others with faded lines that looked like old wounds. There were photos, two faces mostly blurred or scratched out, but a few sharp enough to catch my breath, like the man I'd seen earlier in a cafe, the one who had watched me with that unreadable expression. Tomas pointed to a table strewn with papers and a battered laptop. This is where we try to make sense of the city's undercurrents. The network that thrives on outsiders' confusion. His fingers trembled as he brushed a note aside. We call it the grid. The grid, I repeated, tasting the word. It felt like a cage. Elena added, it's not just directions gone wrong. It's a system designed to isolate, to confuse, to control. People get trapped in it, used, exploited, scared into silence. The room seemed to close in on me, the weight of their words pressing against my ribs. Every mistranslated phrase, every wrong turn I'd taken, it wasn't chance. It was design. What happens if you get caught? I asked, voice barely steady. Elena's gaze hardened. You disappear. Or worse, you become part of the system. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I don't understand. Why me? Why now? Tomas looked at me with something like pity. Because you're new. Because you don't know the rules yet. And because some people want to keep it that way. The laptop suddenly beeped, a sharp, urgent sound that made my heart leap. Tomas clicked through screens until a grainy video appeared. A man was pacing in a dimly lit room, speaking in a language I couldn't follow. Subtitles ran at the bottom, but they were incomplete, fragmented. The man talked about shipments, payments, people lost in the city's maze, forced into silence. My throat tightened. This is real. All of it. Elena nodded. And now, you're part of it. The gravity of the moment sank in deeper than I expected. I was no longer a curious outsider. I was a pawn, caught in the gears of something vast and merciless. Suddenly, the bulb overhead flickered violently, plunging the room into near darkness before sputtering back to life. The brief blackness was enough to shake me loose from my paralysis. I glanced at the door we'd come through. Elena was already moving toward it, pulling a small canister from her pocket, pepper spray. I realized, the one thing I'd never thought I'd want in a place like this. We have to split, she said urgently. I'll take the back exit. Tomas will lead you through the market tunnels. Don't stop. Don't look back. I swallowed, the taste bitter and metallic in my mouth. What about you? She hesitated, then gave a tight smile. I've already been marked. I'm a distraction. Her words hung in the air like a warning. I wanted to protest, to argue, but the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The faint scrape of a boot against stone, slow and deliberate. They're here, Tomas whispered. My hands trembled. The maps, the secrets, the people lost in this city's shadows, they all came rushing in at once. I thought ignorance was my shield, but it was my trap. Elena pressed a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Then, without another word, she slipped through a side door, vanishing into the labyrinth beyond. I turned to Tomas, who nodded grimly and motioned toward a narrow, graffiti-covered passage barely wide enough to squeeze through. This way. And keep moving. The footsteps multiplied, now joined by low voices speaking in hurried tones, sharp and commanding. I didn't hesitate. I moved. Fast, silent, desperate. Behind me, the door slammed shut with a finality that echoed through the tunnels. Every instinct screamed to stop, to turn, to run the other way. But I knew I couldn't. Not now. Not ever. The city had me. And it wasn't letting go. The narrow passage swallowed us whole. We paused briefly where the passage opened into a small chamber, all smeared with layers of peeling paint and scrawled warnings in half-understood words. Tomas's face was grim as he pulled a crumpled map from his jacket, His finger traced the jagged lines toward a cluster of underground tunnels marked safe zone, but the ink was faded and some parts were missing. He looked up at me, eyes sharp, voice low. "We don't have much time. They'll be back." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. My hands still trembled, but I forced them to steady as I adjusted the strap of my bag. Somewhere deep inside, the part of me that had been naive, that had trusted simple directions and easy words, was dying. It felt like a small, painful unraveling, like a thread pulled too hard. We moved again, deeper into the maze beneath the city. The air grew colder, the walls closer. I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere to our left and the distant hum of the city above, muffled but insistent. That sound was a reminder. Life went on. People walked those sunlit streets unaware of the underground webs that held others captive. I glanced at Tomas. He was older than I'd guessed, his face lined with years of knowing too much and saying too little. I remembered his warning from earlier, the unspoken fear behind his words about the network that thrived on outsiders' ignorance. Now, I understood. I was the bait, the walking mistake they could exploit. We turned a corner, and the passage opened into a wider tunnel. A dim light flickered overhead, buzzing and casting uneven shadows. I caught my breath when I saw a figure leaning against the wall, Elena. She was pale, eyes wide but resolute. "They're gone," she whispered. "For now." "Where did you go?" I asked, voice barely above a breath. "Found another way out," she said, nodding toward a rusted ladder leading upward. "But it's risky. They patrol the streets. Cameras everywhere. We have to be careful." Tomas stepped forward. "We can't stay underground forever. We need to warn others. The people trapped in this city, the ones they're exploiting, they have to know." The weight of those words settled on me like cold stone. The network wasn't just a shadow looming over me. It was real. It was here. And it had swallowed countless others who'd come looking for something as simple as a place to stay or a way home. I swallowed past the lump in my throat and looked at the ladder. The metal was rough beneath my fingers, cold and unyielding. Climbing it meant stepping back into the city's web, where every glance could be a trap, every word twisted into a threat. "We have to try," I said. The words surprised me, rough and raw but determined. Elena gave a small, tight smile. "Then let's move." The climb was slow and tense. Each rung creaked under our weight, each breath a sharp hiss in the confined space. When I finally emerged onto the cracked pavement of a narrow alley, the night air hit me like a splash, cold, damp, but free. Above, the city pulsed with faint light and distant sounds. The hum of neon signs, the murmur of late-night voices, the occasional bark of a stray dog. It was all so ordinary, so deceptively normal. We moved quickly, sticking to shadows, avoiding streetlights. The network's reach was wide, but so was the city's labyrinth. Elena led us to a small cafe, long closed but with a back entrance that opened onto a forgotten courtyard. Tomas pulled out a phone, its screen cracked but functional, and tapped out a message. I watched him, the lines on his face etched deeper by the flickering streetlight. "Who else knows?" I asked softly. "Some. A few brave souls who've seen the cracks," Tomas replied. "But most are too scared. Or too trapped." The word trapped echoed in my mind. I thought of the countless people caught in this system, workers with no papers, children who never saw daylight, voices silenced by fear and confusion. I wanted to believe I could help. But a part of me, the part that had been naive and hopeful, was breaking. "Why did you help me?" I asked Tomas quietly. "Why risk yourself?" He hesitated, then shrugged. "Because someone had to. because I've seen what happens when no one does. It wasn't a heroic answer. No grand speeches or promises. Just a simple truth, heavy and real. We stayed there until dawn, the sky turning pale and gray. The city began to wake, indifferent to the network lurking beneath its streets. I thought about my own ignorance, the way language had twisted against me, how every misunderstood phrase had led me deeper into danger. But I also thought about the moments of kindness, of courage. Elena's quick thinking, Tomas's quiet bravery. They weren't heroes in the movies, they were just people trying to survive, trying to fight back. When the cafe's door finally creaked open, I stepped outside with them, into the first weak light of morning. The air smelled of wet pavement and distant bakery ovens. For a moment, the city looked peaceful, almost welcoming. But I knew better now. The network still thrived, silent and unseen, feeding on confusion and fear. And I was part of it, whether I wanted to be or not. I pulled my coat tighter around me, feeling the weight of everything I'd learned settle deep inside. I wasn't the same person who'd arrived here, lost and hopeful. I was someone else now, wiser, wary, marked by the city's shadows. As Tomas and Elena disappeared into the awakening streets, I stood alone for a moment longer. The sky was lightening, but the echoes of the night lingered in my chest, quiet warnings, distant footsteps, the faint scrape of boots on stone. I took a deep breath. The city hadn't let go. But neither had I.